Good afternoon, everybody. We will now call the committee of the whole meeting to order. Our opening, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Mr. Calhoun, second. Second. By Ms. McKinney. Please check and make sure that your vote is accurately displayed on the screen. No objections, the motion carries. And I'd like to start by welcoming Dr. Gallion. This is his first meeting with us. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, sir, for your 100-day plan.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees and the audience, the public. So thank you for having me here. And I'm actually honored to be able to share at a high level the 100-day plan and what the intention is, and be able to have an engaging conversation with the Board of Trustees around clarity or questions you may have regarding the plan. So first of all, I just want to say that this plan was developed with Charleston in mind. And so as I go through it, it's going to really focus on some core values that I have as a leader. And those core values are excellence, collaboration, and integrity. You'll hear that throughout the presentation. And so the overall plan is basically set up to design and focus on 5 big goals. 1, doing the needs assessment of the organization and looking at some of the challenges that we may have and opportunities we can build on. The second one is build board relationships with the superintendent and establish some norms and ways that we operate together and become a team. Third one is to engage with the community stakeholders. At a high level, we're really looking to make sure we involve as many people in this 100-day plan as possible. That means meeting with philanthropy groups, organizations in the community, public officials, politicians, so on and so forth. I've already began some of that work, but it's only in the infancy stage. And then one of the other goals is to analyze the overall organization, look at the structure, look at how things are aligned to support schools, and where can we build on, and what efficiencies we have in the system, and places where we can make some changes. Then the last one is to overall build, the focus of that is to build public trust and really get the public to understand what we're trying to accomplish, how and when they can support us. And at the end of the day, we want to build on that relationship. So I'm just going to go into a few details of these 5 goals. If we can go back to slide 1, yeah, that goal. So here, when we're talking about doing a needs assessment, that's going to come through a variety of different ways. 1, we're going to visit schools, make sure we touch base with those school level leaders, those teachers in the school, have some type of collaborative forum, town hall meeting, whatever you want to call it. But the goal here is to really assess how do the school and the frontline staff see us at 75 Calhoun supporting them, and where can we get better, and where can we continue to do as we may be getting kudos for what we're doing. How can we build on that? And so then another one is to really look at the accountability. And what I mean by that, we're looking at the data and understanding where the gaps and support may need to be. And so I'll be working with the data team and those people in those offices, really working with them and trying to figure out what the opportunities and challenges may be. I've already begun some of this with meeting with the senior leadership and really getting to know who they are and establishing how our relationship will move forward. One of the successes of this job is to make sure you have talented people around you with clear expectations. And so we've began some of that work. In addition to that, we will do other audits. We will have audits of various departments, work with advisory councils. I don't know what those councils are right now, but we're learning. And then we are already launched our principal cabinet and being able to work with them and understand what their needs are. As it relates to the board, we want to continue to meet and discuss the expectations that the board has of me and set some clear goals by the end of this 100-day plan. And then I would like to personally meet with every board in their district to figure out what the hopes and desires are of that trustee. And really give them the support that they need in their area. We want to schedule a retreat, which we already have some dates that we're playing around with, but I'm looking forward to having a retreat, and that is intended to, one, build the relationship, establish some norms, review some governance procedures, protocols, and so on and so forth, and have the opportunity to do that alongside of the board. For goal number 3, we're really going to begin to work with a variety of stakeholder groups. Meeting with teachers, meeting with different philanthropy groups, organizations in the community, political leaders, so on and so forth, and really begin to build those relationships and strengthen those partnerships that we already have in place. For goal number 4, as it relates to the organization, I just mentioned that we'll do some audits and make sure that we have a successful transition with the leadership. Me and Mr. Kennedy have already done that and began to establish that as a way of how we're going to operate moving forward. And so I'm really excited about the opportunity there. And then with the stakeholders, we want to make sure that we establish any councils or advisory groups that we don't already have and look for organizational efficiencies. So with those conversations having with those stakeholder groups, be able to glean from that, where do we have opportunities to make some change so that the students ultimately get what they need. The other one is really establishing and understanding the culture of the community, really building that trust and understanding of what the community expects from us. Because quite honestly, parents send their students to school with expectations. We need to be delivering on some of those. And then where we can't deliver, we need to explain why we're not delivering. And so I want to really engage with parent groups, so on and so forth, so that I can understand what their hopes and desires are for their children, and then how can we support some of that. And then at the end of this plan, the goal is to come up with a 100-day report out that we'll do at 100 days. And we really look forward to sharing that in the future. But throughout that, I plan to communicate with the Board of Trustees every 30, 60, and 90 days to let you know how am I progressing with this 100-day plan. So with that said, I'm just gonna let the board ask questions, and I'll try to answer. Thank you.
We'll start each member getting their 2 minutes, and I'll start down at the end with Dr. Temple.
Thank you so much for your plan. It's ambitious, but it's needed, and I look forward to the work you're going to do. When I looked through the plan, this is the question that I came up with in the reflection. It's around how we're organized for instruction and professional development, and school support is very important to me. It's important to our community. So I was wondering if you could tell us what you've been able to accomplish in your first 17 days relative to our CCSD organizational chart and plans.
Well, I've spent most of that time talking with the team to try to understand what are we delivering to students and what are we delivering to teachers. What I plan to do is trust but verify. And so I will actually get out in the community and work with those teachers to really find out, are we delivering on what we say we're supposed to be delivering on, and what areas can we improve upon? So that work will start when staff get back in session.
Thank you.
Dr. Gallion, welcome, and thank you for your plan. You will hear from me often on this dais, the word inequities. I am very passionate about District 8 in the rural areas in Sea Island. So I would like for you to, if you can, speak to me about your audits of departments. I'm very much interested in facilities and how fundings are allocated to our rural schools. Can you just, for a quick second, tell me what your vision is to make sure that the schools in Hollywood, Ravenel, Edisto Island, Johns Island, Guatemala Island, and James Island will look like the schools in Mount Pleasant and West Ashley?
One of the things I said in my interview, and I continue to communicate this, that equity amongst facilities should be the same. There should be a standard for the district and how we allocate those resources. So one of the things I'll be working with is the operations department as we have one of our upcoming meetings to really understand how are we allocating, what process did we use to determine which buildings get what and at what we're at in the timeline. So that needs to be reviewed. I'll be looking at that, and then I'll hopefully come back with some findings after 100 days.
Thank you.
Is that it? Mr. Calhoun?
All right, good day, peace, and thank you again for serving with us. I have a quick comment but then a question following up with that. With the constituent level meetings, of course, before I became on this board, I was on the constituent level board, and we often had an issue on that level with the board as well as some of the district staff not actually listening to us on that constituent level board. So I look forward to you actually going to each constituent board meeting and listening to what their concerns are. They usually do a report in October or so, but getting out there early so they can actually know you and feel you is definitely for the best. My only question I would have would be, what do you need from us to help you be successful within this first 100 days?
One thing I could ask trustees is to align me with people that that I need to meet with based on what you see on the plan. And if you have connections with them, share those with my office so that I can reach out to those individuals and make sure we make connections.
Mhm.
As it relates to your comment about the constituent communities, I'm meeting with all of those leaders first. That's my first step. It's meeting with the leaders of those constituency boards. And then I will definitely plan to attend their meetings so I can hear what's going on in each district.
Thank you.
Ms. McKinney?
Just welcome, and I look forward to the 30-day report
Right.
and answering any questions that I can answer.
Bailey?
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just want to make a statement. Knowing the type of person that you are, you're a veteran and a Marine at that. So my statement is this: mean what you say and say what you mean, and don't deviate from the plan. Make the vision plain and simple so the teachers, the community, the staff, as well as parents can run with it. Thank you.
Ms. Waters?
Just welcome. The question that I did have was sort of addressed by Mr. Calhoun, so I won't restate it. Welcome, and thank you for the plan. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, and thank you for the commitment to getting into each community and really uncovering what's happening.
Mr. Kelly?
Good evening, Dr. Gallion. Welcome. Glad you're here, sir. The one question I do have is I see that you intend to track your progress, the 30, 60, 90-day reports. Thank you for that, kind of preemptively defining your status. What I don't see in your plan is a definition of done or a definition of success. Have you given any thought to what a successful 100 days would look like, or an unsuccessful 100 days might look like?
I think that a successful 100-day plan would look like, one, I've accomplished all the 5 goals. And so now, to the depth of which I've accomplished them, that's where the opportunities for improvement comes in. The whole goal of this is for me to understand the community and walk away with a comprehensive report about what I learned. And sometimes some information was available and some of it may not be available, but I'll make that all apparent in my report out.
Okay, all right. To, I guess, put a finer point on what I was saying is phrases, and this is not a dig at what you're presenting at all, but it's tough to gauge or judge something that says like strengthen organizational atmosphere. Those kind of phrases are difficult to measure, I guess is a better way to say it. So I'm just curious as to what.
Well, some of it's qualitative and some of it's quantitative. So it's a mixture of both. And so the end of the day is that I'll be able to have a better understanding of the culture of the community and the school district.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Looking forward to your report, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome again.
Mr. Grabowski.
Welcome, Dr. Gillian. Thank you for your service. Veterans mean a lot to me. And also the years of experience and wars that you fought in your previous jobs. What I don't see in the plan, and I ask you to be very conscious of, is the funding. And we're about to discuss a budget for this upcoming year. We are working very, very hard to take care of our teachers on the ground. This is the year of the teacher, to give them, what they need to support. And so this budget is a living budget. It's by far is not based in cement or stone. We will make certain decisions which are, but this budget's really going to be taken apart, like the upcoming curriculum discussions we'll be having too. So that's what I would like to see in this plan and in your 100-day report. I don't know how much you really looked at our finances. I mean, we've got a really great team. When I've got questions, they give it to me. My problem is as they well know, I don't live and breathe this budget. I've got a day job. So it's very difficult sometimes. And so if you feel frustration on our part, a lot of it is just because, you've got 9 individuals that are elected and are responsible for $1 billion.
And so, so your question is really related to goal number 4, where I'm looking at the organization and the efficiencies within it. So part of that is to look at the finances. I plan to do an audit on all major departments in the organization and to unveil the efficiencies that exist in that.
It's going to be a ride. And welcome. I have no.
And then I guess I'll go last. Again, I would just like to welcome you, Dr. Galian. I very much enjoyed your first interview with us. And, as 9 representatives of 9 districts throughout the very large county, most of us have differences in our districts that sometimes we're not able to lean on staff to solve all the problems. And so I appreciate your commitment to us from that first interview of an open door policy, where we can come to you with unique and challenges from within our district so that we can properly represent the people the way that they've elected us to.
That's going to be very important, is that my relationship with the board is solid. And I've already told the team how important that is to me.
Thank you. Did you have anything else to add?
No, so I look forward to my report outs and I look forward to providing you with the progress report as I'm moving forward. Because it's already getting ready to be 30 days.
It's coming up fast. Okay, with that, we will move on to item 3A, the K-2 report card updates. And I will turn it over to Miss Anita and Miss Michelle Simmons.
Thank you, Ms. Watley. We have a really succinct overview of our kindergarten through second grade recommendations for adjustments to our K-2 report card, simply to align across all of our schools regarding Montessori and traditional programs, trying to make it as cohesive as possible. With that, I'll introduce Ms. Roberts and Dr. Gear.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us this time to go through our updates. CCSD Board Policy IKA requires board approval of our K-2 report cards. As such, we've submitted updates to the K-2 report card formats for the 2023-24 school year for your review. In essence, the proposed updates merge Montessori and traditional report cards into a single report card format at each grade level. Doing so will provide consistency for our families and our educators. It will also assist in reducing and streamlining the need for translations and technical support, and align report cards to the most recent South Carolina standards in ELA, math, science, and social studies. Stakeholders from across the district were involved in the initial drafting of these updates, which began in fall of 2022. The draft was reviewed and revised based on additional input during spring and summer of 2023, which included a survey administered to our elementary school level administrators and teachers. Feedback from school administrators and teachers on the K-2 report card updates were overwhelmingly positive, with over 71% of all respondents stating that their overall opinion of the proposed K-through updates were either good or very good. On the screen, you'll see a summary of our ELA updates. In general, these updates focus on the alignment of report cards to our South Carolina standards in English language arts and the addition of the principles of reading at each grade level. And this was a direct request from our teachers. We've also provided a grade 2 comparison from the original template to the updated template so that you're able to see how the updated version both aligns and streamlines language to match our current South Carolina standard. As seen in the ELA updates, the proposed math updates that you'll see on the screen now, in general, also focus on that alignment to South Carolina standards. We've also provided a kindergarten math report card comparison to illustrate the streamlined approach and the alignment, again, to our state standards. Like ELA and math, science and social studies updates focus on alignment to our most recent state standards, as well as our domains. The science and social studies first grade comparisons serve to illustrate the update to specific language of the standards. And additionally, in social studies, the added domain headings of history, geography, economics, and government provide clearer organization of those standards as well. Report card format updates also include a cohesive alignment of 2 different rating scales that were previously utilized in our schools. The proposed combined academic scale aligns with other rating scales that are used by our teachers. And they also define work at below, approaching, at, and above grade level, as well as address when a standard is not assessed during a grading period. On the left, you'll see the 2 scales previously used in traditional and Montessori schools and CCSD. The updated scale on the right combines the 2 scales and aligns with other 4-point grading and assessment scales that are used by our teachers. A particular note, teachers pointed out in the survey that the scale and the alignment of the language and organization of the standards more accurately reflect what they are actually teaching and aligns with the language that they are actually using in the classroom. They also express that the proposed changes will keep them from having to do a lot of extra assessing and sending home checklists of what they're actually assessing each 9 weeks. So essentially, they pointed out that they would not have to complete 2 report cards per child anymore. Report card updates also include the alignment of learner characteristics to the state's CASEL framework, which includes SEL standards and state-developed training and professional development. The state's CASEL framework also provides examples to help explain what these learner characteristics look like in action, which will assist in creating consistency and understanding of these characteristics for our administrators, our teachers, our students, and our families. The organization and alignment of these learner characteristics are shown in the proposed update on the right. The learner characteristics rating scale has also been updated to align with the 4-point scale used in the BEST screener and other surveys and screeners like our state climate survey and Cognia. This alignment in the learner characteristics rating scale will also assist our teachers by not requiring them to have to make sense of varying scales. Instead, they'll have one consistent scale with cohesive training and professional development. The proposed learner characteristics scale on the right also focuses on frequency of behavior, making it more objective when scoring. So this concludes the updates for the K2 report card, but just to briefly recap, updates assist in streamlining supports and varying competing scales and formats. It provides clarification and consistency for our families, our students, and teachers, and aligns with South Carolina College and Career Readiness standards, as well as the state's CASEL framework. Additionally, 71% of teachers and administrators participating in the feedback input survey responded favorably in support of these proposed changes. We request that the Board of Trustees approve the K2 report card updates to be voted on in the August board meeting, and we're here to take any questions.
Let's stay in order and start with Mr. Grabowski.
So what was the driving force on this review of the report cards?
Yeah. So the initial driving force was that previously we had a K1 and 2 report in both traditional and Montessori. So that's 6 report cards times 6 languages, which was 36 report cards we had to support when updates were made, right? And so one of the big impetuses was during COVID, we went to a completely online report card that's generated out of code, and it became very difficult to maintain support and the quality of the report card with so many iterations of the report card. So we decided to, we met with Montessori, with traditional classrooms, tons of stakeholders, and decided that we needed to really merge so that we had a single kindergarten report card, single first grade and single second grade report card. So that was the big, to improve the quality and the usability.
And I will add, again, we wanted to make sure that the language matches that of the standards so that teachers are seeing the same kind of language that they're using in the classroom. Families are seeing that. Our students are seeing that as well. That was very important. And also to help streamline some of those processes for them. It made their work easier by not having to, like someone pointed out in the survey, having to do 2 different checklists or 2 report cards. They basically only now have to do the one, and it provides all that information in one place.
And you mentioned 71% of all the respondents. I mean, so that's a percentage of respondents. How many respondents were there? Oh, it's in the attachment.
We can get you that information.
No, it's
Okay.
it's in here. No.
There's a link to the survey and the results.
I'm good.
Oh, thank you.
Before we move on, because I'm gonna ask almost the same thing that Mr. Grabowski was asking, just in a different way. How many elementary, Montessori and kindergarten does this impact? And of those, what was the percentage that, or how many responses did you get? This is just a different way of asking the same question. That's 66 responses.
Right, we're
But I'm
pulling up the
asking how
information
many
now.
classes.
And just a reminder, this was only for K2 teachers, so it would not have impacted like all other grade levels, right? So I wanted to make sure that we made that distinction.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said because Mr. Roberson was speaking to me.
I'm sorry, it only impacted K2.
Yeah.
So those were the teachers that you would want to provide that feedback. And so that's why we made sure that they had that information and were able to provide input.
We had 51 K2 teachers. Also, it's important to keep in mind that the report card changes, for instance, adding the principles of reading to ELA for K1 and 2, that came out of feedback from teachers. So many of the changes were precipitated by things that teachers and parents had asked for. So that was kind of baked into the revisions from the start as well. Also, there were just sort of updates that needed to happen. And I think it was 2015 or 16, we went to a 4-point scale on our state assessments. We started transitioning, yet our old scale for ELA was only 3 points. We'd gone to a 4-point scale for Montessori. And so it just was, we just had to keep up with changes that were happening, just, update, clean things up.
Mr. Grabowski, did that add more clarity to your question?
Looking at the exhibit helped, and seeing the numbers in the breakdown definitely helped. I do have one follow-up because it just seems, and I guess it goes back to the standards. So it's quite an accomplishment to be able to take the Montessori teaching style and combine it into one document, considering the difference of a standard teaching. So it'll be interesting to see what the feedback is, and when we actually roll something like this out. It's pretty ambitious.
We had already previously, we had merged the standards. So Montessori had already absorbed and was using the same text of the standard and has been for several years. So I think the last report card update had the text the same. It was just the scales that we aligned this time. So,
Mr. Kelly?
We've got a number of probably pretty easy kills here for you. So first on the social studies one, history, geography, economics, government's all grouped together. So how would a student be graded if they were doing phenomenally in history and very poorly in geography? Would that be some kind of average?
So each of the scales will have rubrics to go with them because it would be different based on different quarters. So in Q1, you may be focusing on one particular strand. And so there would be an accompanying document that would say, well, in Q1, a 3 means this here, that, would have a little rubric where parents would get feedback on exactly what that score meant.
So we'd be correlating like geography to Q1 and history to Q2. like
Yeah.
that-
So a
that
lot
kind
of
thing.
them that some things would be taught in Q1, some things in Q2 and Q3 and Q4, and there would be explanatory documents that would go with it or in the teacher comments. And that's one of the things we're working on, standardized, comments that people could include in different languages to clarify exactly what a score meant in Q1 versus Q2, 3, or 4.
Understood. Thank you. The other one is in regard to the feedback. There seems, I'm kind of interpolating here a bit, but there seems to be maybe one teacher who didn't care for this much. And the feedback, did we engage with that teacher? And specifically the comment that in my mind makes some sense to maybe not remove is that it says, why are following directions and paying attention to instruction not included in the new grading? Does that fall under something else, like in the social emotional side? Is that why that's not included explicitly?
So that would be probably the self-management from the Castle framework. And we didn't explicitly respond to any one teacher because it was a completely anonymous survey, because we wanted teachers to feel like they could just give us exactly what they thought about things. So they felt free to comment without us, sort of circling back with them.
Okay.
So.
All right. Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Waters?
Just one comment from a parent perspective, and a parent who had a child in Montessori, thinking about that transition from, Montessori to traditional, is the meaning making piece of this is going to be a lot simpler for parents to be able to read the same type of information when you're, trying to figure out where your child is and what this really means. So I do appreciate the standardization from one, area to the other. And I'm just excited to see, if that really unearths any sort of change like that. And I can be in touch because obviously I have never received a report card since we're not actually at the K level yet, but I do appreciate the consistency.
Ms. Bailey?
My question is for the parents that will receive this when, in the next school year. Will the schools that these impact, will the principal and the teachers have a time where they can explain this fully for the parents to understand what's going on with this?
Yes, the answer is yes. We're actually going to be able to provide some resources for our schools and our families. And also, annually we have our family data conferences, which is a great time to have discussions around this and making sure that parents understand. And also make sure that we're providing resources for parents to be able to help their children.
Okay, and you'll have interpreters there because we have several different languages in the district, so
Yes,
we will
ma'am.
have all of that. Okay.
Ms. McKinney?
Yes, so my one question you answered, well, one of my questions you answered is if there was room for teacher comment, because I know that's valuable to teachers and the parent. So that was good to hear. And you might not know this yet, but what is the cost of this change? I'm assuming it's in our budget for 24 fiscal year.
I guess this may not be the best way to say this, but it's actually baked in, of course, because we already update everything every year.
Okay.
This is a process.
So it's an
that's done. It's
ongoing.
that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
There was no additional.
No, and when we added additional language, there's a cost with that, but right now we're just providing the same languages. We have 6 total languages that we currently translate into. So it would cost more to add an additional language, but we're not doing that.
Right.
Actually, we'll save money in the long run, and be able to provide better support because we're not, from a technical aspect, trying to support 2 different report cards at each grade level.
Okay. You heard that, Ms. Carlin?
Straight.
It would seem like we would streamline.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yeah, I only have one question. Who else, are there any other districts within the state that are really moving towards this model, or are we like the first?
It's my understanding, or in previous experiences, most districts do have a common template for report cards. So I would not see this as being something, out of the box or avant-garde or anything.
Thank you.
Ms. Robertson?
Thank you for doing this. This is absolutely great work. When looking at the comparison, that old report card was extremely antiquated. So this is very good, and I'm sure the parents will appreciate this. My question is, what took so long to make the change? And is there a timeline for the next review so that we won't be so far behind?
We've now put in an annual process for review. That was something that we saw as a need. And we are working with schools on looking at report cards and our families and making sure that we are providing what our stakeholders need. So that is something we will continue to do.
Thank you.
Dr. Temple?
Well, I like the report cards being merged for the traditional and the Montessori schools, because I think that will make it clear. I have to admit that when I look through the standards, the math, the science, and social studies standards seemed understandable to me. But I do have to admit the ELA standards look quite different. And I think it will behoove us to really have significant parent conferences and information for parents, because I don't think they will intuitively understand what these standards mean, and they'll need to see examples of what that standard looks like for the child at their age. And I thought the report card with the scale 1 to 4 is good. It was defined what it was. And I was going to ask about parent comments because one of the comments my parents always looked to see was whether teacher was checking off that I talked too much. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
And then I go back to the other question. I'll ask any of you. Let's say we have 100 between Montessori and our K through 2 schools or classrooms. Of those, my concern is that did we reach enough of them to where there won't be pushback or unintended consequences?
Well, I think we always hope to reach every single person, right? That's our goal. We did try several different methods to make that happen. One of the things that we plan to do is to really work with our schools in this process. And I think that as long as we are active listeners and we're helpful in making this adjustment and providing those resources, I think that it will be a successful rollout.
Well, and I will say that every single Montessori teacher, that one of the things that took a little bit longer with this change back and the previous, the person who is actually the new principal at Montessori Community was previously the leader of the Montessori piece of this in the district, and Rachel Young, and she led many, many meetings where every single Montessori school was represented. And so that a tremendous amount of work went into hearing from the Montessoris because they were the ones who had to kind of maneuver.
Yeah, that was my
over towards
concern.
the- Yeah, so
Mhm.
they were very much heard from. Yeah.
We definitely work closely with them.
Ms. Watley, it's also, while it's 2023, this process started in earnest during COVID. So while we're prepared today to make the transition, this is years in the making.
Okay,
And so I feel good about that.
good. Does anyone have anything else? All right. We, does somebody want to make a motion?
I move to advance this K through 12 report card change to the August 28th board meeting for consideration.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please look to make sure that your vote is accurately reflected on the screen. Without any objections, the motion carries. And we will move on to the next item, 3B, the 2023-24 ELA transition plan. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Reidenbach.
Thank you, Ms. Watley.
I'm
We-
sorry, Miss Anita
Ms.
Huggins.
Watley, we appreciate Ms. Reinbach being here with us today to talk to you more about an ELA transition plan. As we've shared with you in the past, and we want to share with you again today, the state will soon adopt a new textbook series for ELA. And so CCSD will participate in that adoption process. Beginning in January of 2024, we will work with various stakeholder groups to include our teachers, our district staff, parents, students, to engage thoroughly in a review of the resources the state has approved on its list. The list to be adopted for 24-25 does not include the EL curriculum. So again, we'll begin in January working with a diverse group of stakeholders, including the Board of Trustees, to review the approved curricula from the State Department of Education. Between now and then, though, we want to ensure that students have
ease of transition, that teachers have adequate resources, and that we're preparing everyone to meet standards and to be on grade level before 24-25 gets here. And so what we've done is, as promised, after our spring sessions with you and community members, the listening session tour that we went on after we presented EL to you, we engaged with Betsy Reidenbach, who has in turn worked with a diverse group of teachers to determine a well thought out transition plan that Ms. Simmons and I will work with principals and teachers on over the course of the year. Betsy's here to talk to you today a little bit about her work, a little bit about the feedback that she's gotten. And Michelle's going to start by giving you an overview of a comprehensive reading and writing program to ensure that you know what reading and writing comprehensively looks like in a classroom. It's not limited, for example, to phonics or oral language. It includes many different strategies that have to be used together to ensure kids are reading at or above grade level. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Simmons, who will then throw it over to Ms. Reidenbach. And I want to thank Ms. Reidenbach publicly for the work she's led in our district for many, many years and the work she continues to do. Michelle, thank you too.
Thank you, Anita. And so before tossing it to Ms. Reidenbach, I wanted to frame what our core reading program looks like in earnest in CCSD.
Ms.
and-
Simmons, is your microphone on?
Let's see. Testing, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Perhaps I didn't project enough. So I wanted to frame for the board really briefly before Ms. Reidenbach takes the reins, what our comprehensive reading and writing program looks like. Due to some of the questions we've tried to engage with over the last couple of months regarding our core curriculum. So I can describe reading instruction as intense. It is about 120-minute block of a school day, and it encompasses these big pillars that we regard as the core of reading instruction. And so our EL curriculum satisfies, covers, and validates all those big pillars. And so we can't have one without the other, more or less. And so 5 years ago, we adopted open court. I received a few questions about open court. Where is it? Where does it stand? And so you can imagine after 5 years, we've moved away, but it was only the phonics portion. So when we did have open court, it only accounted for phonemic awareness and phonics. So we still have fluency to account for, vocabulary, comprehension, written expression, oral language development. And so I wanted to share that to just frame for you, even if we were to transition to open court phonics, that's what we have in the system. We still would not have a balanced, comprehensive, full, or complete reading program. But EL does satisfy all of those big pillars. And so we feel like it is important in terms of being responsible with how we manage and handle our scholars' education to ensure that for this upcoming year, they have the benefit to continue with the program where we're seeing positive outcomes and achievement results so that we transition in a responsible, careful way for the 2024-2025 school year. And with that, I'll toss it to Ms. Reidenbach.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm really happy to be here today to give you an update on what we have been working on since the spring to have a good transition next year with our EL curriculum. There were, after the listening circles, there were 3 major focuses that we really determined that we needed to look at. And the first, of course, was just to reduce teacher frustration with the difficult to navigate, but more importantly, difficult to internalize the ELA curriculum. They just were having a very hard time knowing exactly how to teach it. That was because of the way it's put together. The second thing is we knew that we needed to provide some more support materials to better address the needs of all of our children, especially in the areas of building background and engagement, so that more of our students will see the level of success we expect. And then finally, our focus was to look at our method of communication with parents. That became very clear in our listening survey. That our parents weren't really sure what EL was doing for our students. So we needed to come up with a way to share the skills that are going to be taught and how we address those sensitive issues, if there are any in a particular module. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to start just by looking at the focus on the teacher needs. We tried to think about the best and most effective way to be able to reach all teachers, to give them exactly what they needed for their resources. And we came up first with creating a support document. It's a document that is linked to, first of all of the EL materials by lesson. In other words, teachers no longer have to go looking for a particular anchor chart or a particular material, or go through many clicks or go through volumes of work to find it. It's a click away. And those are the EL materials themselves, are going to be easy for them to get to by lesson, unit and lesson. The other thing that we developed, though, if you look at B, is a really easy access to materials that we have developed as support for our teachers. And these are things that are standards-based, but it gives the teachers an overview so that they're able to internalize exactly what the unit is about. In other words, when they start teaching, stand up in front of children. Exactly what are the children going to learn? How are they going to learn it? And what am I going to do as a teacher to make sure they've learned it, and that the teacher understands what each child has learned? So those are critical parts of internalizing any curriculum, not just EL, but any curriculum. When a teacher stands up, they need to know exactly what they're teaching and how the lessons are devised and put together so that the children will, in fact, learn the standard or the skill. So we knew we needed to do that. And we came up with a module overview, which we call an instructional cycle, where at a glance, teachers will know exactly what is supposed to be taught and how it's going to be taught and how it's going to be practiced and how it's going to be learned. Then, of course, we wanted to come up with some of the materials that were lacking from this internalization process that the students may need more practice on. That is what we also are including. It's the supplemental activities that are very specific to helping our children be more engaged and more successful. Now let's just take a second and look at the focus on the student needs. We do know for a fact, as Ms. Simmons said, that EL is a very powerful curriculum that addresses all the areas that she spoke of that we know are important for reading. It also uses extremely authentic literature for its required text. Now, I know you'll probably have heard something about recommended text, that maybe there were some issues with those. I'm addressing what the children actually use as required text to learn the skills, the standards and skills. It's quality and it's authentic. There's also a very strong emphasis on the science of reading. We know that. But more importantly, there is an ongoing practice. If you really study the curriculum, you'll see the ongoing practice of all those essential reading and writing skills that build across the year. There is no isolated skill development where it's a get it today or you don't get it. It builds very, very succinctly across the curriculum from module to module. Now, that is all well and good, but we also know that with any curriculum, there is ways to make it better. And so that is what our CCSD supports do for our children. It allows for a stronger curriculum. That's as simple as that, through our teacher supports. And how did we do this? Well, we've come up with 3 areas that needed to be improved. Number 1, building background. So by lesson, we're putting materials in place that help the children learn important vocabulary, topics, and content that maybe is not built to the level we feel it needs to be for the children to understand the text. We also want to make sure that our children are engaged in every activity and give them lots of opportunities to experience the curriculum in different ways. And then lastly, EL gives you many suggestions for scaffolds, in other words, ways to present it to lower students, but it does not give you the specific activities. So we have actually produced the scaffolds for the below grade level readers. So if it's this curriculum suggests that you do a certain thing for our, like provide a scaffold with sentence starters, the teacher doesn't have to develop that herself. It's in the document, okay, for them to use. Now, of course, the last thing that we wanted to talk about or focus on was our parents and the fact that they were saying they didn't know a whole lot about EL. They didn't get a lot of information about it. They did, and also there were questions about some of those things that were out there that were supposed to be sensitive. So what we have done there is we wanted to inform our parents through a letter exactly what their children will learn. That is what is important to parents. They want to know, what is my child going to know at the end of this module or the end of this unit? What can they do that they couldn't do before? They also, we wanted to address those sensitive topics if there were any, to put that to rest, or bring it to their attention of how we're dealing with it. And then, of course, parents need to be informed about their children's progress. They also need to have opportunities to see them practice it at home with homework. So there is a statement in there of what is expected at night for a student's to do. The letter is written very succinctly, very clearly. It is not dense, it's not difficult to read for our busy parents that don't have the time to sit down and digest and discuss a certain thing, but they need to know what their children are learning. Now, it's all about, those are the three major areas of focus. But now the big question is, how do we transfer this knowledge to the classroom? Obviously, that's done through training. And that is our, if we go to the next slide, that is the next thing that we're going to be looking at, is how are we going to actually transfer that knowledge to our students? Well, first of all, we're going to look at all teachers that teach EL. And what are they going to need to know in training and be sure that we provide that to them. But more importantly, our first year teachers who have no experience with EL, how are we going to address them? But not just the first year teachers that show up on the first day of school, but how about those teachers that show up in January or November? How are we going to make sure they have the knowledge, the internalization of this curriculum that's going to make them, as well as their students, successful? And that's so critically important. And then finally, we will have a support system in place here in CCSD for our schools using our district level resources and a way to identify when there is a need and how that need is going to be met. As Ms. Huggins has already said, if you look at the last slide here, what are we going to do? We're going to obviously, hopefully continue the EL curriculum for this coming year, knowing this is a transition year, and only in the schools that used it this year. If they didn't use it this year, then it's not going to be provided for other schools. We're going to follow that process, the EL curriculum instructional format of teaching, along with our supports materials that's going to only enhance the curriculum. And then we're going to have a strong supportive system for our schools and teachers and parents. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, Ms. Watley?
That was the end. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So
ma'am.
we will go ahead and let's start with Dr. Temple.
Written several things. I'm trying to process now what I've heard versus what questions I have. Well, let me just start this. We are beginning to see phenomenal indications of student growth in ELA and math as well. And I'm thinking that the district has learned a lot about the relationship between student achievement, its curriculum, the professional development strategies, and the organizational support. And I understand that there's been a strong support system with a coherent curriculum that was offered in the accelerated schools. So I've heard your presentation, and it seems like you've addressed the questions that were emerging out of the listening circles and the teachers' concerns about ELA and the EL curriculum. So the piece that's missing for me still is, what is the strong support system and curriculum and professional development going to be for teachers who are not in these accelerated schools? I know it's a big question.
We were addressing all schools, all teachers, specifically those that are not in the accelerated zone.
But using the EL curriculum.
Using the EL curriculum with our teacher supports and with, they will have all the teacher supports they need to use it well.
Okay, so
Dr. Temple?
yeah, are we saying that we have the accelerated schools, which have a really strong support system? And then we have our other schools, some 30-some schools. Some of those schools were using the EL curriculum. Some teachers were still doing their own thing. So how are we addressing that?
Dr. Temple, we had the overwhelming majority of elementary schools utilizing EL. We had the Montessori schools in Meminger who were not in EL. And so we will continue to support them through this format, but we also have a substantial curriculum and instruction department led by Dr. Davis, who they too are planning professional development and a way to get at the work, whereas we're training teachers with skills and strategies and protocols that despite the curriculum of choice, they have the teacher practices to move the work forward. So we'll have this package we just went through. We'll have Jerome Davis's team alongside Susan Rawlings, who's the director of literacy, core literacy for the district, working in tandem to ensure that when we offer professional development, it's comprehensive in nature. We also have support systems in place for our acceleration group. That won't change either as a result of this transition year. And so we feel like what we are proposing is thorough and we've thought of every group. Now, the handful of elementary schools, Montessori and Meminger, the solution they've been using for the last couple of years, they'll continue because we didn't think it would be prudent to introduce EL to them for a singular year, knowing that we'll then have to change again in the subsequent year.
Thank you.
Ms. Roberson?
I might have more questions, but I'll give everybody else a chance.
I just want to thank Ms. Simmons for putting the open court questions and concerns to rest. Now we all know what open court is for, so it's not a curriculum, a standalone, is just a part of it. So thank you for that. And thank you, Ms. Redenbacher, for this very detailed report. I have no comments about it. I look forward to the transition, a successful transition next year.
Okay.
Yes, I don't truly have a question. I just wanted to reiterate that when believe it was at the Audit and Finance Committee meeting last week, that with any type of professional development or support that they're receiving for this transition year, it will also be able to be used going down the line. So this is not just for the EL curriculum. This is actually helping develop better teachers and better educators for multiple years, even after we go through this transition.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, Ms. McKinney?
What I lots of work. Thank you. I know parents mentioned in the listening circles that their children would read so much in school on a Chromebook, or the book would stay in the classroom. We all understand why, so that, but you all came up with a wonderful list of the books that the children in each grade level would read. And I think that would make parents feel a lot better if they got a copy of that when they got an explanation of what was going on. I think it, like the one mom who said, my child reads so much on the Chromebook, we don't have those things at home and her eyes get tired. So,
Yes, ma'am, you make a really good point. We're working with our associate superintendents now to ensure that our principals all have the same we share the same expectation across the system that the resources be publicly made available. And they are available, but we want them on our centrally, but we want to make sure our schools have them on their websites so that parents can access them, so that parents have that information up front. So we're working with our associates now.
Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. McKinney? Ms. Bailey?
I have a couple of questions. One, at the beginning of the school year, teachers will receive notification and letters of what they can and cannot use in the classroom concerning the EL curriculum, correct? And if they want to use open court, because it's still a resource tool for the ones that have not put EL in place, they are still, that resource is still accessible for them, correct?
Yes, ma'am. They're next, down at Mimiture, for example, they used open court in its more comprehensive state with Principal Dottie Brown there last year. And I think the year prior to that, Mrs. Brown has extensive work in her background with open court. So they still have those materials and resources, and certainly the open court phonics piece that other schools have pulled from, that they still have access to those resources. Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, and they will receive professional developments concerning that as well, correct?
Now, open court, we don't have, Michelle, Dr. Davis, we don't, again, that open court program has phased out over the last 5 years. So we don't offer updated open court professional development to teachers at this point. But
At least not from the vendor, but the instructional coaches, the school-based instructional coaches in the building, and Dr. Davis's instructional support specialists who support the in-house coaches, they provide that type of support.
Okay,
you won't see like open court professional development, like you see some other come through audit and finance. You won't see it like that to be approved from finance. But it goes back to that question that I think Mr. Calhoun just asked, and some of the points that Dr. Temple made, those key pedagogical concepts. We work through our teacher coaches, through our central instructional specialists to make sure that everyone has that same foundation and are able to support student learning. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am, it does. And
Okay.
I just want to make sure that the teachers know and understand what they have available. And also, I just wanted to touch base on this. You said controversial methods or the controversial materials were removed, but more so they were amended so teachers can teach in a different manner. Why not just remove it completely and just give them a different book to use to teach those strategies and those skills?
I can certainly answer that. None of the controversial issues or sensitive, I'd rather use the word sensitive. I know I put controversial in that report,
Mhm.
but sensitive issues are a part of the actual books. I mean, they are really every one of the required books for EL and grades K through 5, and those are the ones we're talking about, are authentic. They have been around forever. They've been in classrooms. They've been used for years and years. They're not really controversial or sensitive. The bringing up certain topics during the instruction is where the sensitivity comes in.
Mhm.
So removing a book, I don't think is needed in any way, shape, or form, simply because the literature, and if you read the books, you'll see they're extremely well written and very appropriate for the students. In 3rd grade, I think we have Nizerine's Secret School as one of the ones that could be controversial or sensitive. Yeah, it's very, very limited in the sensitivity. the message is strong that there are children all over the world who've had to overcome reading challenges. So it's a really good book to use. The fact that the father in the book, this is an Afghanistan book, the father in the book was taken away one night is what is considered sensitive. Child worrying about their father being taken away at night, but it's relative to the point that we're trying to make. And that is that children all over the world have challenges and they learn how to deal with them.
Mhm. And I understand that, but being a parent, and I've had several children in Charleston County School District, and I believe I can speak for some parents that would say, okay, I don't care what you say, I don't want my child reading that book. And if they say they don't want their child reading that book or touching on that topic because that's something that they want to teach them at home on their own time when they feel is age appropriate, can they have the ability to opt out of that or have that child not read or be present while that book is being taught?
I have to admit, I dealt with that many times as a teacher here in Charleston County School over my 40 years as a teacher here, where parents would do in fact that. They would ask that their children not be a part of certain parts of the instruction, and that's certainly their right. I think it should be every parent's right to do that. And you can in fact come up with another book for that child to use or give them other opportunities to read other things. But it's my professional opinion that the books that are in EL are very appropriate for the children to use in our classrooms this year. And I wouldn't remove them. And I'm talking about the required reading. I'm not referring to the recommended books, but only the required books. And I think on a just each basis that comes up, I think you're right. All teachers should have that ability or know how to address parents who have concerns about books and how that should be handled. And that certainly should be part of every school discussion. You're right.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am. I
Bailey.
just want to make sure I just wanted to make sure
Right.
that parents know that they have that, they are afforded that opportunity.
Betsy's just right, Miss Bailey, and making sure that parents have access to these materials early on through the district's website and through their own school websites will allow them the opportunity to vet those appropriately. And like she said, there's, I'm a recovering English teacher myself. And so parents can reach out to their teachers, reach out to their principals. There's also another, again, and I know we've discussed this in the past, there's also a more formal process for removal of text and that sort of thing that we have centrally that we're going to make sure with Dr. Gallian's leadership is streamlined and very transparent for families because we do value the voices of families. Also back in February, Mr. Kennedy sent a memo, and I know Dr. Gallian is taking this same approach, letting teachers know that there are other materials and supplemental materials that they can use. And so we're working with the superintendent now to ensure the communication is clear for not only parents and families, but also teachers.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Reinbold.
Is that all, Ms. Bailey? Ms. Waters?
Ms. Reidenbach, one, I've appreciated hearing from you. You clearly have a very deep knowledge and understanding of not only the EL curriculum, but ELA curriculum and instruction. And so I'm also wondering if you are going to be on the task force that is sent to represent the district. And I'm not trying to overstep. I'm only asking because it just, maybe I should let you all know where I'm going with this, or where I'm coming from with this rather, is that when I went into schools and did several like EL walks and, sat in classrooms, what I heard from teachers that they appreciated most about EL is what you mentioned about how much the learning sort of comes back to the child, not just in year, but year over year. So in 6th grade, the curriculum standards that are taught are being built upon in 7th grade and 8th grade, and they're really coming back to and honing skills over time, which is just so important for students. And I'm not sure, because I'm really not sure, how often curriculums are that strong and carry that through line. And I'm thinking about the fact that EL did not apply to be on our state list this year. And I'm thinking about the quality of what's left over and understanding that none of us have any control over that, but that we do have control over who goes to sit in those seats so that they understand we're still getting the quality of curriculum regardless of what is occurring with what we've had.
We
Address that?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, I met with Susan Hollins today, as a matter of fact. She is our Director of ELA, and she is on the State Adoption Committee. And one of the first things that she and I are going to work together on is coming up with a very, very comprehensive checklist for all of our teachers that focuses on those very things that we see are critically important for a really good curriculum. And that when teachers are evaluating it, or parents or community members or anyone is evaluating it, they will know what we see is some of the most effective ways to approach reading. And then they can look into any of the recommended curriculums and see if it's there.
And Ms. Waters, we have several people internally who are on that State Department of Education committee. So we're blessed to have folks up there representing us. Ms. Reidenbach is a consultant with us, and we've asked her to stay on throughout the coming school year to help us with the implementation of this, but also the professional development of teachers, which is so critical. I also want to acknowledge that you are correct. EL did not respond. Our understanding is to the RFP to be part of the state approved curriculum, but we do believe that there will be other strong curricula from which we can choose based in the science of reading. So we're hopeful that Mrs. Reidenbach, we've asked her originally for more hours than I think she could commit, but we're excited that she's agreed to continue to support the work here.
And thank you for that clarification. I didn't realize that she was not on staff. So I'm certainly not asking to be
Well,
billing her hours for that purpose.
We may have asked her to be on staff, but she had another plan.
No, I appreciate it. And I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
that you all are thinking critically about that, because I don't, again, want to lose the quality, because students in my district have been backsliding for decades, really, right? And
That's
so
right. That's right.
we need to keep moving forward.
Yes, yes. And Betsy once led our literacy-based learning division here. I won't say many years ago, because you're still a spring chicken, Betsy, but she has experience, as you all know, who have been with us some time, in all schools across our district, including those in your constituent area, Mrs. Waters. So we're grateful to have her.
Mr. Kelly?
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us. I don't want to beat a dead horse, so I'll offer some opinion or some insight or ideas rather. In the letter home to the folks, to the parents, that's really the piece of what you presented that really stuck out with me. The idea of explaining sensitive issues makes me nervous, only because what is sensitive to one person may not be to another. Given, for example, what you offered as the father being taken in the middle of the night. Might I suggest that rather than choosing or trying to determine if a topic is sensitive, but rather we just send the topic to all parents all the time, rather than saying, well, this one might bother someone, this one might not. Let's just, I would offer as an idea, just the standard that, hey, this is what's coming up this quarter. Here's to Ms. McKinney's point, here's the list of books we're going to read in the next 6 weeks or 8 weeks or whatever the timeline is.
I agree totally.
Yeah.
If you look at the report on the sensitive materials, the letters right now, the way they're written, they have clearly states how long the module is going to be, because that was an issue last year. Some parents were concerned that the modules took 12 weeks or longer.
Yeah.
They're 9-week modules, and they will be 9 weeks. It also gives you the parents specifically what texts are going to be used, what is the topic, and what their children will learn. And if there is a problem with a text, they can contact their teacher to discuss it in more detail. The knowledge of the sensitive materials and how to handle it's going to be with the teachers.
Understood.
Does that make sense?
It certainly does.
Yes.
Thank you. And the last question, I believe Carlotta may have kind of touched on it, but I just want to make clear, I guess this is perhaps a question to you, Dr. Gallion. Is my understanding correct that a parent has the opportunity to opt a child out? I know I heard you say that that happened during your career. And you as the teacher made the decision that that was acceptable, but I guess I'm looking for the district to say our standard is that parents are in charge of their kids' education.
Sure, I don't know what the exact policy is, but I would, based on my experience, I know that most districts do allow parents to opt out, and they come up with alternative ways to approach it.
Okay, so that wasn't, thank you for that answer. That wasn't a definitive answer. So would you, sir, then be willing to get back to us about what our policy, what you think our policy should be?
Certainly.
From parents? Thank you.
Mr. Grabowski?
We knew about this in the spring. And as I understand from the Department of Ed, that it's the board's decision as to whether we're to use EL. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
So how come no one's come and asked the board whether we can use EL?
With all due respect, Mr. Grabowski, our policies internally state that the board approves textbooks. I think we may have discussed this prior. The State Department has told us that the district with the board can determine to use EL, but our policies, as advised by Ms. Paylor, is that the board inevitably approves textbooks, but the staff recommends the curriculum and works with the superintendent and principals to do so.
So if the State Department tells me that the board has the decision, you're telling me that staff has the decision whether we're going to use EL?
I defer to Mrs. Paylor in policy on that, Mr. Grabowski.
Ms. Paylor? No, I want to know from the State Department. The State Department has said specifically that the board has the policy, has the power. Are we now circumventing what the State Department, the Department of Ed's telling us?
Did they send that in writing to us?
Yeah, they did.
Did you send that over to me?
The State Department issued a letter saying that the board has the power to decide in this transition period whether to use EL.
Where's the letter?
So there are two distinct things going on. There's a textbook adoption process, and then there's curricular. When the state decided to remove EL from the Palmetto Literacy Project Schools budget list, they didn't say you cannot use EL. They said we're not funding it anymore, which was a trigger for us to take a harder look. So I wrote to ask what the implications were, and I heard from Matthew Ferguson on May 12th, and I'm reading from the email response that their decision to remove EL from the PL Literacy Project Schools to no longer support the purchase of EL materials does not limit the ability of local school boards to make curricular decisions for its schools. Meaning, if we're positioned and poised and willing to fund it as a system, as an organization, as a board, then the State Department will not prohibit, will not hinder, will not be a barrier to that.
And our policies reference, Mr. Grabowski, don't reference the curriculum per se. We've gotten input from Ms. Paylor on that in the past. So we've not attempted to circumvent the board, sir, on this decision. Please know that in complete transparency. In fact, I think we've had very candid conversations out on the dais since November about EL and our work in the district utilizing it.
And I appreciate Ms. Simmons's clarification of that. I think she's spot on with it. But because this is a budget issue and the acceleration schools have the issue and we now have the issue with our budget going forth, it seems like we should have come forth a little sooner so that we could determine, because I disagree with saying that every school should be using this. Every teacher should have the right to decide whether they want to use EL. And if we had started this earlier, we probably could have limited the expenses. I'm not saying that there are some teachers that like EL, but there are an awful lot of teachers out there that don't like EL. Mainly because EL is not the curriculum, is it? iReady is the literacy program, correct?
No,
No,
sir.
no, sir. So EL is our curriculum. That's our English curriculum. And what data tells us and what best practice and national best practice, in fact, tell us is that students achieve at higher levels when there is a standard curriculum that gives all students equal opportunity to read grade level text. And that's just what EL does, Mr. Grabowski. It gives students access and opportunity. iReady is a supplemental program that allows us to monitor student progress and to supplement their reading and their phonics, the various components that Ms. Simmons put on the screen earlier. That's what it does. And I think that's inherently what Matt Ferguson, the Deputy Superintendent at the State Department of Education, said in his memo to you all, which we can, or to us, which we can provide when we, again, knowing that EL was not on the list for approved curricula and that it had been removed from the priority list, we took the step forward back in May, in fact, to ensure that the state would not prohibit our use of EL as a curriculum.
But I still go back, we test iReady literacy. We don't test EL.
So iReady is a program that allows us to monitor student progress. And then based on student data, it gives students supplemental materials to augment the instruction. EL is the core curriculum. iReady is a resource and a way to assess. I hope that helps.
And Open Court is a resource.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we have schools utilizing it across the system. And I'm sure some teachers continue to utilize it in their classroom. It's again based on phonics and best practice around helping students acquire language.
And before EL was forced onto the schools last August, as you know, last minute, we had what literacy by design as the curriculum.
So to be very transparent and my understanding, and I wasn't involved with this process, was that schools were given the choice to opt into EL. And so when I communicate that, I have to do so with the information that I've been given from district leaders and school-based principals and a lot of teachers with whom I've worked over the course of these years. Now, will all teachers love all curricula 100% of the time? Absolutely not. And neither will all principals, because I've been one of those and I didn't necessarily agree with the district at times, right? But in complete transparency, schools opted in to what was originally a pilot for EL.
Principals opted in.
Yes, sir.
So now we have this opportunity, wonderful opportunity. We have literacy by design should be in the warehouses. We have Open Court should be in the warehouses. All this stuff should be in the warehouses in August. So why don't we let the teachers decide what they want to teach?
Mr. Grabowski, literacy by design is over. Literacy by design is over a decade old. We no longer would have that in complete comprehensive packages for use. Open Court is either out in the field, in the schoolhouse being used. We do have some materials. My team went out to the warehouse on Thursday and at CC Blaney, a school that's since been shuttered. There are incomplete used materials of Open Court there. So to be honest and frank and upfront, if any additional schools wanted to use Open Court phonics, we would have to purchase additional kits because it's that old. Sustaining materials over time, if you're not constantly replenishing them the way we're trying to do today with the with the EL replenishables, they get damaged. They are not in a complete set where you would want to put it in front of a scholar and say, start your year with this material.
But knowing the opportunity, why didn't we start in the spring so we could give the teachers a decision to make what they wanted to teach? Because I got an awful lot of teachers that do not like EL.
And that may
End
be,
of story.
Mr. Grabowski, that may be true, but the most damaging thing we could do to students is to just allow teachers to just teach whatever they want. That's the reason the achievement gap exists the way it is now. So if we want to really support students the way that we are intended to, we need to make sure that we provide a comprehensive standard curriculum so that every student have an opportunity.
I know my
Mayor,
2 minutes are up, so I'll let Mr. Campbell go ahead.
Actually, I'm chairing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I apologize.
No problem, no problem. I want to circle back, kind of away from where we just were, and let's tone it down just a little bit. I wanted to go back to what we were talking about, the parent and the teacher, and sensitive, topics and protecting the innocence of children. So, and by the way, I was a child whose father could not come home, who may not come home one night. And so I lived with that kind of stress. And I agree that is very subjective as to whether or not that's traumatic or stressful for a child to pick up a material like that and have that put in their head, depending on what that child's parents do for a living. But I've said this a number of times. My concern is if a teacher may not agree with the parent to give their child something different to read. And if they do, I don't want a child to feel isolated and singled out, because that's also very traumatic for a child to be different than the rest of the kids. So do we have a plan of action for that?
Yes, ma'am. And part of this will be work with our principals next week at the Charleston Educator Symposium, because the goal of teachers and principals our goal is never to make students feel isolated inherently. I'm sure there are isolated events where that has happened, but we are going to work with our principals to ensure that they understand the process for this and that they know, and again, make available options to families who have concerns like the ones you've expressed.
And then, and I may draw also, Mr. Galion, back into your 100-day plan about a plan of action for re-engaging with parents and getting parental involvement. Once again, a lot of parents are busy working. And so we need to bring them to the table rather than, hearing about things after the fact. I want to stay ahead of potential controversy and issues and things like that. And, what kind of ideas do you have about ensuring that parents re-engage with the process of what's going on?
Well, I like what I heard one of the board trustees say earlier about after when we're entering a new quarter, being able to share with those parents, this is what's coming up. This is what's going to be expected. That way we have parents having the opportunity to share their concerns up front before we even start the quarter. So that's one way we can do it. And just continually reminding parents of opportunities to share their concerns.
And then one last thing, and this is what I'm going to end on because I've got seconds. I don't want us to standardize something that pulls the reins on children that can run out ahead while we're trying to get those that need to catch up, caught up. It needs to be individualized to those who may have extra needs.
Right, but there needs to be a standard of care that we provide all students, and those students who have the ability to go ahead, we should be doing innovative things to allow that. Just like we have remedial support for students who are behind. So, but everyone should get a standard.
Okay, and then one last thing, define authentic. And with that, I'm looking at the time, we do have another meeting. So I was considering a second round of discussion, but I don't think time's going to permit it. I'll just end with, well, you have something else to
Well,
say?
that's as a point of order, that's inappropriate. We have to vote to end a discussion. We don't
Yeah,
just
I
end it because you
understand
went
that.
over
I
your
hadn't gotten to
time.
that point yet. Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. Ms. Reidenbach, your definition of authentic.
Authentic, it means that it's not something that someone's written just to teach a specific skill, which oftentimes happens, that there could be a passage that is put together just to teach main idea and details, or just to teach what the lesson, teach children how lessons and morals and messages. Authentic means that it is good literature. It's written for children to read. It's written for children to read. Those are the kinds of books and that we want our children to have in a classroom, not something that is put together just to teach a particular skill. That's what authentic means.
And connected to the real world, the
relate.
real world experiences of every
Exactly.
scholar.
It's definitely real world. And I did have one other comment.
Yes, ma'am.
One other comment. Back to an original comment from our distinguished board member here at the end. When it comes to the teachers that were very unhappy with the curriculum last year, I think I can safely say a lot of it had to do with the fact that it was extremely difficult to navigate and to internalize as a teacher. I was a teacher. I've been in Charleston County, but I've worked for over 40 years, but I was a teacher in the classroom for about half of that. And you don't have the time or to spend 7 hours a day trying to figure out what the curriculum is asking you to do. And you need to be able to look at it very quickly. We know that. And I feel like our instructional cycles that we have come up with to help teachers internalize what it is they're teaching and how they're teaching it, it's going to be aha moments for a lot of teachers. And they may, in fact, this is what I'm hoping, this is my hope, is that they will turn from being teachers who do not like the curriculum to teachers who are going to enjoy teaching the curriculum during this transition year. And therefore, who's going to win in that situation? Our children. And that I'm looking to see, I'm sure we're going to have a process to see over time, periodically, how teachers are feeling about the new, the transitional materials. And if there's any concerns, we will have a method for addressing those. Thank you.
I wanted to say something.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna call order here. Considering the fact that we have discussed EL curriculum, and this was a pretty thorough presentation, I am, as chair, going to move on to the next thing. This was information only. We're not taking a vote on this. So with that, we are going to move on to items 4A, which is the audit and finance committee
And I would like to
report.
call a quick point of order to the board. Just as you, Madam Chair, is about to turn over the audit and finance to Mr. Kabrowski, moving forward, I would ask that you turn over the strategic education to Ms.
Okay,
Bailey.
so that you're out of order, but Mr. Grabowski.
Follow that up. What I'm going to do, because we have back-to-back meetings, and so we'll give you an overview. Hopefully, everybody has watched how many audit and finance committee meetings we've had in the last, couple of weeks. And I appreciate staff and for the wonderful work they've done. The first item that will be coming up for an action item will be on fixed ownership. This has been an awful lot of discussion among board's members. This is an upgrading facilities, outweighs stormwater's issues. Mr. Hammer, I understand you have something you'd like to say about this.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Galen. This is to identify and give you a little bit more information on why we're asking for this reallocation, and maybe address a couple of questions that came up during the audit and finance brief. This reallocation is being generated because we are experiencing a delay, and one of the projects that we were trying to execute with this year's FCO funds. As you recall, earlier this year, we approved an FCO budget that included, among other things, significant projects within the facilities management world. One of those projects was to improve a park at Johns Island Park. That park is city property. It is subject to a permitting process that we are undergoing. And I think what is really key to this is, though even though we've done significant amount of planning and coordination with the city, they've identified some additional stormwater drainage design work that needs to be done, which has added some not only time, but extra money to the project. We have based our design on a stormwater drainage standards manual. And a particular part of that manual says that there's a certain flow rate that you have to design for. When we got ready to get our presentation to the technical review board or technical review committee, they asked that we put together a more stringent design. So what that's done is created some more time that we've had to go back, redesign, and also resubmit to the board, and put us in the position where I'm concerned that we won't have an executable ability to execute the project before the funds run out. And also maybe a more mundane construction issue is we've missed an opportunity to put down some sod and grass to get the parks going. So the essence of this reallocation is to still execute the stormwater portion of it, and to reallocate the balance of that to some other emergent requirements that aren't associated with necessarily with this project. I would like to point out that the project was already on a very fast timeline. It was already going to be an aggressive timeline, but I was convinced that we could do it. It was aggressive, but I thought we had a pretty good strategy. But given where we are and the delay in the start, I'm recommending we do a reallocation. So that's a little bit of the background on the reasoning of stand by for your question.
If I can just add one thing, Mr. Hamer, if you don't mind, just as a reminder to the board, this was already planned to be a 2-year project. It still remains a 2-year project. Because of the creative way we looked at financing this through fixed cost of ownership, we were planning on getting money in 2 separate years anyways to complete this project by the summer of 2025.
So you want to move on, or are we open for discussion? Does that solve everybody's
You're running this
concerns?
portion of the meeting.
Yeah. Does that solve any board members' concerns, Ms. Robertson?
Do I get to start?
Absolutely.
Thank you, because it is my district. I do not accept the report that you just gave for a number of reasons. One, this project in my research should have happened 2 years ago. And when it didn't happen, it came to the constituent district as a 2-part project. So the original project was supposed to have been done 2 years ago. And then because of whatever, it got split into phase 1 and phase 2. Secondly, if you're going to run a project, I would think that the design team would know up front where the water is going to run. And being in the low country on a sea island, water issues is common. So that's not something that's unusual. And that should have been done on the front end. And then finally, let me say this. Just because there's a stormwater issue, a water retention issue, we still would like our dugouts, our batting cage, our lights, and all the other part of phase 1 that didn't have to do with the grass in the ground.
If I could just let me comment on a couple of things. Well, you know, it did have a very significant stormwater design. It's not as if the design didn't address stormwater. As I pointed out, there's a particular aspect within the manual that dictates this, that we based our design on. The city, up until the time we actually had the formal review, did not counter that assumption. And so we did consider in the design a very, very robust, I've reviewed it myself, robust stormwater drainage plan that took into account the uniqueness of that situation there. To your other point, I know that, as I've said, I want to take funds, just focus on the stormwater piece and delay working on the actual field itself until I get an additional budget in 25 to execute this. I think there's a sequence and piece to this that I want you to be aware of. I think putting in the fields first before we put in the dugouts and put in some of the other aspects, the lights and the scoreboard and so forth. As you might imagine, you know, laying out that field in a certain way, if we already have the dugouts, if we already have some aspects, it might not have them in the right place there. So that's why I recommend we start in the sequence, start with our phase 1 that I briefed before, starting off with putting those fields in, ma'am. So that's a little bit of background of why we wanted to start with just putting the fields in before we did those other items.
I don't want to be out of order. Oh, I still have time. Your response is still not acceptable. The stormwater issue should have been worked out on the front end when you did the design, when you went to the city, when you have the project manager from the district. John's Island is always left behind. And for you to come now and say that there's a stormwater issue is unacceptable. And I ask that this be sent back to the committee for relooked, and so that they can figure out how they're going to make this happen in this fiscal year. We have never gotten anything out on those islands. Whenever there's a problem, it always happens in the design on the island. We have a problem with the new elementary school. Now the kids at St. John's have to go two miles down the road. They don't even have it on their campus. And now we have to wait until FY25. The kids are suffering because of dereliction of duty. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm sure I heard you incorrectly. I just want to clarify it. You said that this is city-owned property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but.
So John's Island Park, so it's not on the campus. It's a city park on John's Island.
But we're funding the construction?
Well, so we have, that's not unusual in the district. We're coordinating with the city parks and recs to do the construction. They currently play baseball and softball there. So the high school currently uses that as their home team, home field. And so this would be under the auspices of an MOU that we were developing to do this work, to do those improvements and have the high school continue to use those fields.
Okay, and my only other question, sir, is, and I'm sure you're better at your job than I am. I'm just curious. Have we gone back to the civil engineer or whomever has designed the stormwater system and said, hey, y'all did this incorrectly, and asked for them to cover the cost of remedying this problem?
Yes, sir. Well, we have put some thought into that. There's a term of A&E liability that sometimes apply to things like this. I would say that kind of open discussion on our thought process and our opinions on how that might play out might not be appropriate in the open forum just yet. So as I continue to do some more investigation on what the applicability of that might be, I'd be happy to bring that back to this group.
Certainly. And the thought process behind that is in respect to the previous comment, to the expeditiousness of getting these fields completed so that these students in fact do have a place to go play their ball.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please.
Just wondering, given Ms. Roberson's request, what would be, so what are we running into in terms of financial damages, or, time, if we say in terms of this FCO piece, this is, we want you to go back and do some additional analysis. What are we looking at in terms of?
Well, so my original schedule or my original intent that we were tracking on was to finish this project in the spring of 24. Hopefully to even have it available for some portion of the season for the school. So a best case scenario would be that I get the permit approved in August. Then there's a procurement process, and I would have to bring back to this group a recommendation of a particular procurement. So my goal is then to begin in earnest the field work after the storm or the work is done in the spring of next year. Plant the grass, the sod, or whatever, have the field developed through that summer, and then have it complete going into the fall of calendar year 24.
So are you saying that there is actually no way to get this complete during FY24?
At this point, yes, that's the point. I don't think not doing this reallocation improves the schedule or helps the schedule at all. For one key reason, again, at best, we'll get the permit in August. That's if there are no other questions or no other things that the city wants us to do with the design. And so I've really, and again, it's kind of a mundane construction issue, but it's relevant here. I've missed the opportunity to plant grass to make the field grow. And so that next opportunity is, as you know, living in this county is late spring, early summer. So even if the money was not reallocated, there's no way I could have the field available for play for the school this upcoming school year.
Thank you.
Any other board members?
Uh, I have something, but I don't think it's relative to this particular property. I wanted to ask Mr. Barowie about Hersey, an update on Hersey. So that may be later on.
Yeah, it'd be later.
Yes, ma'am. There's a contractual matter issue, District
Yeah.
4 in executive session. And if I can just add on real quick, I would encourage the board members to take a look at the 29 June Board Superintendent Report. I provided a link to our Google folder that shows all of our files that show where the funds have been distributed. And you'll see that the Sea Islands have received a very fair share of distribution of capital funding, both maintenance and construction over the last 20 years. But that file is in there, complete, transparent. You can take a look at it at your leisure. Thank you.
And what you're seeing is the challenges of having the Audit and Finance Committee meetings and then having CAL, because what seems to happen at the Audit and Finance, we have these great presentations, we have some discussion, but then there are questions and we have to discuss with the board. And then now we have a meeting in the next 30 minutes in which we have to take action. So there's really not much time to discuss some of these issues. I'll give you a perfect example as we move forward to item B, which is the approval of contracts over 250,000. While most of these were discussed, in the staff, I mean, at Audit and Finance, obviously some issues, there are a couple like 8, 9, which involve items, contracts over 250, substantial, that deal with the EL, with, professional development, getting the materials for EL. And then you have the state saying that it's up to the board to make the decision whether to approve these purchases. So this is something that, I will ask the board to consider before when we come up to this item at the board meeting. But it does show that, there's really not that much time. But if anybody has any questions, those are two items. And there was one other one, with the busing. I just didn't understand that. But I'm assuming that's a contract with First.
I believe that item is regarding our summer school transportation.
Which is already completed for this year. So we're just reimbursing them.
One part is completed and the other is set to end this week. Elementary.
And this week.
Elementary has concluded, middle schools are concluding this week.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then the big one was the second reading of the FY24 budget, which was then rolled over. At that meeting, staff came out and made a recommendation. And then there was a discussion to consider a potential COLA increase. So we had a special meeting on that issue alone. And during the meeting, we discussed the possibilities and ramification of increasing the COLA to non-teachers an additional 2.5 to be added to the 2.5 within the pending budget. After discussion, it was determined that the 3-year effect of such a request had not been conducted as to salary increases. Therefore, the committee during its decision really held back on that. And we'll have other motions. They filed a request to ask the board, which we will discuss, to ask staff to conduct a 3-year study analysis of what happens when we have these increases like the $5,000. We know what is going to happen next year, but we have no understanding what's going to happen in the years following. The committee did come out with an there was one motion that was made to accept the 8.3 at staff had recommended. It failed because it did not receive a second. The committee came out with the recommendation to go to 10, Mr. Calhoun, is it 10.3? 10.3 without considering the COLA. And that passed 5-1 with one objection. So I think that's about it. Mr. Calhoun, you think am I missing anything?
In retrospect, may I ask one question about the reallocation? If we vote for that, does it delay the St. John's project any? If we vote for the reallocation?
Oh, you're talking
Right.
about item A. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
sorry.
Mr. Hammer.
I think the question is, if you vote to approve what we have, does it delay what we currently, it doesn't delay what I just outlined kind of at the end there.
Okay,
It's already delayed, but if you vote to reallocate it, it will get back on track for execution in 25.
so if we vote for the reallocation, nothing happens in 24 for the St. John's.
Well, we'll
Mark.
do the part that requires the stormwater work. So I'm still gonna, yeah, maybe one thing I should clarify, it doesn't reallocate the entire original budget. It
Right.
just
that
reallocates the
what I
delta
know.
between what we need to, what we believe will, if the current design gets approved, what it needs to do that work.
And Ms. Carlin, I'm assuming at the board meeting, you're going to present the historical data that you presented at the special meeting regarding the allocation of reserve funds.
Yes, yes, sir.
So I think, you know, Ms. Carlin did a really wonderful presentation that shows you what the budget is and what their recommendation was, and the history of the use of the reserve funds. So, you know, that is definitely something that we need to pay attention to during the presentation. But those were the two issues that were discussed at that special meeting, was the COLA increase and the potential use of the reserve funds and the problems that may create, all directed to the millage rate increase. And the only other addition to the budget was minor expenses as resulting from the hiring of this new superintendent. And I think correct me if I'm wrong, that added the potential of having to use $200,000 or to add 200,000 to the reserve to balance the budget.
Yes, but in addition, it was also to, the majority of it was to add staff at our high schools that have enrollment issues after 15-day. And we could talk about that more.
Fair enough. That's it.
That concludes your report?
Yes.
With that, we will move on to items 5, other business, 5A. With the per policy, the committee of the whole chair appointing a policy liaison pending board approval at the board meeting. I am going to appoint Mr. Ed Kelly as policy liaison. And then moving on to items 5B. Determine agenda items, moving to potential consent. I believe the only thing, Ms. Trudy will verify, the only thing for consent would be the report cards, correct? Items 3A. We'll move on to,
Well, and I have one question about
yes, ma'am.
that. So the motion was to send the report card approval to the August 28th meeting, but it's also on the board agenda for this afternoon. So which should it be?
We prefer this afternoon.
That's fine. I just,
But we were conscious about the board discussion about action items. And so that's why I think Ms.
Because
Roberts framed it the way
difference.
she did.
okay.
Respectfully, we're at the will of the board.
Right, so I guess we would need to ask if anybody would want to change their vote to prevent it from being on the consent if it goes to this afternoon versus August 28th.
and I will just add that for context, the discussion that we had, and I believe Ms. McKinney sent an email, the conversation that we had about discussing something at Cal and then voting on it the same day was more financial. We did not vote on that. The discussion was had during when we were approving our calendar. And that's what we actually voted on the calendar. We didn't actually vote on that discussion separate from the calendar. So we're not legally bound by that discussion. Well,
I'm sorry.
I mean, this is, we're talking about the report card, so.
Oh,
All in the same though.
all in the same.
Yeah,
Right.
because we had the discussion about having Kyle have one on the same day and the Kyle and the board on the same day and moving something over to the board. Because it didn't give people enough time to actually take it into consideration. So although we're not legally.
Right, so, well,
policy, so-
with all of that said, what we're doing is opening up the option for you to change your vote. If you're not, if you're not wanting it to move, the motion, was to move it to August 28th. So that's what we're discussing right now, is giving you the option to change your vote.
So just for clarity's sake, a vote of the committee was taken. It was unanimous and passed, if I recall correctly.
That's right.
So what you would, if you would like to make it, what you would need to do would be a motion to rescind the previously taken vote. If that passes, the previous vote then is null. And then you remake a new motion to put it on a different date. If that's what you'd like to do, that would be the procedure.
I guess I'm asking for board input. What would the board like to do proceeding?
Okay, what are we talking about? 5-8?
We are talking about the report cards. Do we want, because they're on
3-8.
this agenda as well as the regular board agenda, but the motion reads to move it to August 28th. So there's a little bit of an issue there. So we're trying to bring clarity to the issue that's been unintentionally created.
Well, I see the urgency of us getting this report card moving.
Right,
So I see that,
right.
but I don't want us to make a motion that then takes away this principle of not bringing forward, if we have a cow and a board meeting at the same time, that we slip in some issue to the board meeting without public concern. So I'm good with us doing this K2, but not abandoning the principle that we were working on. I think this is a special situation.
So anybody else have any input?
I do believe 3A is probably the only one we should move straight directly over to the board for today.
Well, that's the only thing on consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's moving to consent.
So can we get a motion to rescind our?
It's 5-8. Oh, we're voting on 5A
That's
at the regular board. So the debate, we're not debating that. I know what you guys are angling for. That's not what we're
not
doing.
anything.
We're
I'm saying exactly
discussing
what we're
the consent agenda item. Do you guys want to, just leave it? Okay, well, we're just gonna leave it and we're gonna move on. Upcoming. It's 3A.
Okay.
Mhm. Upcoming meetings, we have committee of the whole on August 24th. And we then have the regular board meeting on August 28th. And with that, we will go to 6B, adjournment of the meeting. Everyone in favor can stand. Have a short recess. We'll start our next meeting at 5:15.
This one.
Call to order the July 17th, 2023 Board of Regular Meeting. I will remind the trustees before we start our meeting, myself included, to please not speak over anyone or interrupt anyone. Wait for the chair to recognize you. Please limit discussion to the specific motion and limit the comment to a new opinion. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bailey.
Yes.
And the motion passes. Next item C, approval of the June 26th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the regular board meeting of June 26th with a clarification for 8H? The second line should read after motion by Keith Grabowski and second by Ed Kelly. It should be Darren Calhoun made a motion to friendly amendment to approve all projects on the attached list. Mr. Grabowski accepted and the motion carried. Are there any other changes to the minutes for that meeting? Okay. Is there a motion to accept the minutes?
I accept.
Second.
The motion was made by Dr. Temple and seconded by Mr. Calhoun. And the motion passes. Item D, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the special called board meeting of July 12th?
I so move.
Moved by Dr. Temple, second.
A second.
Second by Ms. Watley. And the motion passes. On to item E, we will have a moment of silence. Amen. Mr. Grabowski will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand.
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Bailey, public comments.
Good evening, everyone. We have 3 speakers for public comments. Eric Tomey, Jamie Masoner, and Catherine Nagal. Please come forward. And be mindful of the time. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name as you approach the podium.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Eric Tomey and I'm speaking before you again on behalf of Charleston Forum and the Charleston Shared Future and the 200+ individuals who contributed to the April 13th recommendations in our community conversation. I want to share just one of the insights we heard from our participants. There's broad consensus in the room that our school boards today are not sufficiently focused on what children need from school to be successful, but rather distract themselves with adult issues such as politics and meeting protocols. There was also broad consensus across the room that insufficient pay and support for teachers is at a crisis moment in our region and beyond. We need educators in sufficient numbers and with sufficient time and professional development to address the needs of individual students, as well as rethink teaching and learning in the 21st century digital world. Our participants proposed a solution to increase teacher pay linked to the national average, plus merit-based increases and incentives for challenging assignments. Given these community insights, we urge the full board to approve the proposed 10.3 millage increase from the Finance and Audit Committee. That should provide greater assurances that increases in teacher pay included in the budget will be sustained. Finally, I'd like to reiterate my request for time on the agenda to discuss all the findings from the conversation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Meissner. I am a parent of 3 kids that attend neighborhood schools. The poem, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, that's how I feel about our students right now. And some teachers, some of them can fly free and spread their wings with amazing opportunities, while others are limited by the perimeter of the cage they spend their day in. Even though they sing and try, they cannot get out, they cannot be heard. Although this problem with equity won't be fixed with a school district alone, improvements in school can help. I am asking to really look at the distribution of allocations and goals we have as a community. You look at data, but do you look at the bells and whistles that contribute to the positive data school by school? I would also ask you to consider food. Last year, many schools felt an overwhelming need for food. Food insecurity is real, and I wish I could convince you all to make breakfast and lunch free. Not only does it help fuel the mind, but it gets kids to school on time. I also want to say thank you for all of your work for teacher increase and to ask the district to involve teachers more in decisions they make with the teachers. Did they receive a call out or email regarding the ELA conversation tonight? If not, why? A line item on a board doc isn't enough. I can't get a clear answer regarding EL for next year, and the teachers can't either. But according to your budget, you're asking for funds to be used for EL. Which schools don't get to participate? Which schools do get to participate? Who gets to go to PD? Who gets the materials? Who doesn't get the materials? My kids' schools don't get the books. I don't even care about the workbooks. We already paid for the books. Just give them the books. But truthfully, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for showing up. And please don't stop advocating for better teacher pay. Whatever happens tonight, keep it going. It's the only way it'll get better. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello,
My name is Cassie Nagel, great-grandmother of a CCSD student. I got interested in these meetings at least 2 years ago when I saw what was going on around the country. I was shocked. When I saw what was going on locally with our CCSD, I was even more so. There are too many things to go into in just 1 to 2 minutes. However, I saw over and over again how the old board was leaving landmines for the new board. There was the Reimagine project that would have taken $31.2 million out of the budget and 15 or so schools out of the purview of the CCSD. It almost passed, but the community awareness was raised. There was an attempt to vote the board's powers away to the Office of Superintendent. This drew community outrage and the attention of the Attorney General, Alan Wilson. When Alan Wilson got involved, that seemed to go away temporarily. But undaunted, the old board with the Council of Greater City Schools came up with a new ploy just before the election, a program of goals and guardrails. One of the old board members during a break when the cameras were off and the sound was off queried, "I don't know why we're doing this because the new board is just going to vote this out when they get here." She and we were told that the goals weren't as important as the guardrails. The guardrails were a vehicle for implementing the goals, but by broadly describing the guardrails, that would enable the Office of the Superintendent to get more power to define these guardrails. My point is that all of you on this board should be going over everything that the old board did, not just the finances. And I would ask you to use more than just the returning board member for clarification in these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. In summary, for the online comments, we had one budget comment, two EL and budget comments, and one student outcomes comment for a total of 4 comments.
Thank you. We're on to item 3A. Is there a motion to convene executive session to consider items covered by attorney?
I move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. And the motion passes. A motion to reconvene in open session to
I s-
conduct the regular business meeting.
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. And the motion passes. We are on to item 6A. Is there a motion to rescind the vote action of May 18th, 2023?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Calhoun.
I
Is there a
second.
second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Roberson. This was handled in executive session. I assume there are no further comments. When you cast your vote, please confirm the accuracy of your vote. Four yay and 5 nay, the motion does not pass.
I'd like to make a motion to allow the new superintendent to take appropriate action to fill interim and vacant positions.
Is there a second
I
to
second.
Dr. Temple's motion?
Second.
Second by Ms. Roberson. I assume there's no further discussion. This was handled in executive session. When you cast your vote, please confirm its accuracy in the upper corner. There are 5 yay and 4 nay, so the motion passes. Does everyone see that? The motion passes. There are 5 yay and 4 nay. Item 6B, a personnel matter. Is there a motion to uphold the opinion of the hearing officer's report and recommendation and render a decision with regard to the teacher's dismissal?
Madam Chairman, I move to uphold the hearing officer's report and recommended action.
Motion by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Calhoun. And the motion passes. Item 6C, we received the information from the contractual matter for constituent District 4. 6D, is there a motion that the student be allowed to remain enrolled as an out-of-county resident for this school year 2023-24, with the parent providing transportation and paid tuition.
Yes. So move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. And the motion passes. The next item, 6E. Is there a motion that the student be allowed to remain enrolled as an out-of-county resident for the 23-24 school year, with the parent providing transportation and tuition?
I so moved.
Moved by Dr. Temple. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Calhoun. And the motion passes. Item 6F, is there a motion that the students be allowed to remain enrolled as out-of-county residents for the school year 2023-24, and that the tuition be waived as a parent lives in the district?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Calhoun. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Temple. And the motion passes. On to item 7. Student outcomes update. We thank Ms. Huggins, Ms. Simmons, and Ms. Roberts for such a detailed report. And it was wonderful to see so many improvements and goals to make the improvements jump even more. Are there any questions from the trustees for this report? Dr. Temple?
Well, glad to see the results. I just had a couple questions with regard to the sense of belonging and self-management. I'm wondering, how are these behaviors monitored? And what are teachers doing in the schools to give us a sense of how they're improving these behaviors in the schools? I think it would help us understand what's going on.
Thank you for that thoughtful question, Dr. Temple. Mrs. Roberts will talk about how we assess student belonging.
A part of the monitoring process is done through the survey that students complete. There's progress monitoring during the year so that teachers are able to know how students are feeling engaged in school, how those relationships are being valued. So that's a part of that work.
So what are some practices that are happening in the schools too? I mean, these are a lot of this relates to school climate. So what is happening that relates to school climate? Because these are indicators of school climate.
Some of the things that are happening, and these are just a few, and others may want to chime in as well, but there are resources available for teachers so that they can actually look at whatever behavior they might like to reinforce. Student educator voice, such as listening circles, that's a part of that work. Having representation, such as student council, restorative practices would be a part of that same thing. Those are just some examples.
And Dr. Temple, thank you, Mrs. Roberts, for that thorough response. Dr. Temple, we have school-wide systems like PBIS, and our teams are working. Lisa Allison is not with us this evening. She's on vacation, but her team focuses on those types of initiatives in schools that focus on positive behaviors of students. Dr. Coakley's team, Dr. Coakley is also here. She helps through the work that she does with teacher-student relationships. We also have curricula. So one, PBIS and school-wide systems for supporting that. Two, we have curricula in our schools that help support that. The focus on the relationship between students to students, students and teachers, and even students and families. And then like Ms. Roberts mentioned, we work on through restorative means, circles and such that help restore behaviors in schools and build positive relationships, both for students individually with their sense of belonging and how they manage. Ms. Simmons?
Nice job, Ms. Huggins. The only thing I would add, Dr. Temple, is that MTSS is the anchor for all the strategies that Ms. Roberts and Ms. Huggins just mentioned. That infrastructure of individual problem solving, team problem solving is how students are addressed in terms of, are they advancing? Are they lagging in terms of their social and emotional progress? And so we believe that that framework of MTSS is what gets us at the outcomes for scholars overall. Now it's a work in progress. Every year we're trying to refine and get better at that MTSS structure, multi-tier systems of support. Pardon me for not framing in its entirety. Yeah.
And then, I mean, these are district averages. So are you also monitoring schools so that individual schools can look to see what the climate is and how their students feel? About
So great evening, everyone. I've been raising my hand saying I can speak to that actually, if you'd like me to, from the perspective of a level leader that supervises schools. So right now, we're in the midst of, some of us have completed our cadet meetings. That's the yearly evaluation process for our principals. And one of the things that we're doing is we're digging deep into that data. For instance, with sense of belonging, the way that they get that rating, that percentage, is that it has to be quite connected. One of the questions is, do you feel connected to school? That's a perfect example. So in order for the rating to go up, it has to be, I feel extremely connected, are quite connected, I think is one of the responses. So only if the scholars respond in that manner do they get the percentage points. So what we're doing with principals is asking them, don't just look at your sense of belonging rating, dig deeper into the questions. And then once you get to the specific questions that you're seeing those lower ratings on, then you can establish some of those things like Ms. Buffy spoke to about the circles, for instance, because what we're seeing is we think that the kids may not truly understand what the questions are asking them. So one of the first steps is making sure that the kids understand, and we can establish that through the process of circles and different things to help them understand what that survey actually is really asking them to represent in their responses. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Thank you, Dr.
I mean,
Williams.
I'm interested in school climate because I know positive school climates impact terrifically on achievement. It also reduces discipline. So the more connected students feel to schools, the more they know how to handle conflict resolution with their teachers, with their peers, with their parents. You can settle the school climate and then academic learning can occur.
Thank you, Dr. Temple.
Any other questions about the report that we received?
Well, I don't have a
Eh,
question. Are we going to order?
Go ahead. We'll come on around.
Okay, I do have a comment. I was actually expecting to hear the report in its entirety, and then maybe I would have had question as a recovering school counselor and director of school counseling programs, very much interested in hearing your reports. And thank you, Dr. Williams, for getting up to elaborate on that. I was becoming excited. I do want to hear your report. And I think the public deserves to hear the report and not just asking questions.
Was the report published online with the agenda for the public?
Mrs. Denny, you confirming? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McKinney. We'll be right back in touch with you on that. Mrs. Allison did just send us a message that although she's on vacation, she's watching via YouTube and she appreciates your interest in this particular sense of belonging and self-management. And she said she's happy to follow up with any board members who are interested in more or would like to see some of the systems that Buffy, Michelle, and I, and Joe just referenced firsthand. So let us know.
I think
So
also the slide
if I
on the
may
English
interrupt, since the report was not online for the public, I am happy for it to be made.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. McKinney. Ms. Roberts, you want to run through those slides? So Buffy will run through the slides on sense of belonging and self-management. And what she'll also briefly touch on, I think Mrs. Robertson, you asked in the last session specifically about college and career readiness. This report was up for discussion at this meeting. It looks at student progress in English too. So Mrs. Roberts will make it really quick and we'll go through these slides.
And trustees, if you'll please, if you have questions as the slides come up, write them down and we'll go back.
Got it?
So interim goal 2.3 focuses on self-management, or how well our students are able to self-manage their emotions, thoughts, and behaviors given different scenarios. This interim goal also focuses on sense of belonging, or how valued students feel as a part of their school community. In this report, we'll discuss grades 3 through 5 and grades 6 through 12 as separate grade spans due to the differences in the scales. One more. So this particular slide focuses on self-management, and you'll see grades 3 through 5 on one side and then grades 6 through 12. Overall, 76% of responses are favorable for our grades 3 through 5 students. This is near the 80th national percentile when comparing responses of students across schools in the nation. CCSD saw a 4% increase in favorable responses from last spring to this spring in grades 3 through 5 self-management. Grades 6 through 12 exhibited a favorable response rate of 75%, which also ranks CCSD grades 6 through 12 above the national average. Grades 6 through 12 also increased by 2% in favorable responses from students from last spring to this spring in self-management. This particular slide provides a longitudinal view or a view over time of self-management for our grades 3 through 5. As you can see, the most recent results actually show CCSD as its highest favorable response percentage over 3 years. Grades 6 through 12 can be seen here. While CCSD grades 6 through 12 students began this fall with a 76 favorable response rate, a slight dip occurred this spring, still at a 75% favorable response. This spring was still also up by 2 percentage points from where they were in spring of 2021 and spring of 2022. What you'll see here would be our slides for, or our graphs for sense of belonging, grades 3 through 5 on one side, and then grades 6 through 12. Overall, sense of belonging is high in CCSD, grades 3 through 5, with a 72% favorable response rate, which is considered to be near the 90th national percentile across the grade span in schools across the country. So grades 3 through 5 also saw a 4 percentage point increase from last spring. While grades 6 through 12 increased by 5 percentage points from last spring to this spring, so we are seeing an increase, this grade span did see a less favorable response rate of 48%. That's considered to be around the 30th percentile nationally. This data tells us that we have work to do in this area with our students in these upper grade levels. This slide provides a view of sense of belonging over time in grades 3 through 5. 72% represents the highest favorable response in spring over 3 years. This slide provides a view of sense of belonging over time in grades 6 through 12. While we saw improvement in grades 6 through 12 and 48% is the highest favorable response rate that's noted since spring of 2021, we do again see this as an area of need for additional improvement. We've identified some key strategies that have been implemented this past school year that have been most impactful in our school. These strategies have assisted in gains in both sense of belonging and in self-management over time. In addition, the district is currently planning targeted professional development based on a deeper dive into the data, which is very much what Dr. Williams and others mentioned. And we're also looking at a more comprehensive student support system to better serve all of our students. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Simmons to talk a little bit about our college and career readiness interim goal.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. And so I'll close out this segment with our focus on college and career readiness relative to 10th grade scholars, African-American and Hispanic 10th grade scholars who scored a C or higher on their English 2 benchmark. And so I'm pleased to report that we are on track to meet our indicator for 3.2 interim goals. As we have with projected proficiency and scholars meeting their growth targets, we see here that our scholars are improving from last spring to this spring at the rate of 56.7, earning a C or higher on their benchmark for English 2. And so that's a celebration for us. Ultimately, I want to say the goal is 58% by 2025. So we're poised and positioned to exceed this goal. And I'll just mention a couple of these strategies that we believe to be impactful in terms of getting more students ready, particularly the job embedded coaching support. We use the term support a lot in this work, but that's is important. That's important to us in terms of who is feeding our teachers, in terms of who's improving their practice, who's monitoring instruction, who's ensuring that our scholars are excelling as they should. So that job embedded coaching support is big for us. And then the aligned benchmark assessments to inform instruction across the subject area and the content areas, as well as strengthening PLC practices. That's where we get around the table and talk about what's working. How can we get better? What can I learn from the teacher across the hall that I can implement and integrate into my classroom instruction? And so all of these feed in and support our work in terms of why we're seeing the progress we're seeing. And it's a big deal for us to come out of a pandemic and be able to report to you that with our growth indicators, with our proficiency and our college and career readiness indicators, we're seeing forward movement. And that's the presentation. And you can resume your questions if you'd like.
We'll start with Mr. Grabowski. Any questions?
None.
Mr. Kelly? Ms. Waters?
I have two questions. One, thank you. I'm so glad we have a benchmark for 3 years because I didn't realize that we had 3 years worth of data on this. So the question I have is about the college and career readiness piece. What is happening with Achieve Charleston? Because understanding that there's a population now in high school that needs to be exposed. We talked, years ago about making sure children get exposure in the earlier years. And that parents are brought into that conversation so that there's an expectation of what a student's outcome is for their educational journey at the onset. Because I do believe that the conversational piece and the sort of involvement of the parent is going to help us over time really, blow those metrics out of the water when parents really have an intention for why their kids come into school, not just because they must by law.
That's right, Ms. Waters. Thank you for that. So Achieve Charleston, the last 6 months, we've been able to, I'm going to embarrass her. I got a citation for calling out Dr. Williams last month and he jumped right up this month. So I'm going to call out Toya Hampton, who we appreciate. She's a former Board of Trustee member, actually, from a while back, and we appreciate her. We just onboarded Toya in the last 6 months and to come on board, Mrs. Waters, and work with us around Achieve Charleston. So the answer in complete transparency is we're not as far with that work as we'd like to be because, as I think the positions were allocated 3 or 4 years ago and first one thing and the other, they never got filled. But we onboarded Toya about 6 months ago and we're excited the progress she's making. So Toya, so we're not going to be able to give a lot of substance in response to your question.
Can I offer this just before, because it really
Please.
wasn't to put
Toya on the spot.
Toya on the spot.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Hampton on the spot. I wanted to elevate for the purpose of the
I'm glad
public
you
and to
did.
bring back to the center that there is student component that is alive and well. And so with that, just an offering that, say what you can, but I'm certainly not trying to get ahead of you. I'm just really happy that the program has come back online because that early exploration is so important.
Yes, ma'am. And again, I don't believe in sitting behind this table and just saying things to say them. So we don't have, Toya's done a lot of work, but we're not there yet. So Toya, if you just want to tell a little bit about the work and I would be grateful and I'll apologize tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Huggins. Thank you, Ms. Waters. It's, I have to say that I am thrilled to be working on Achieve Charleston. It's my pleasure and it's a joy to come to work every day. I've spent the last few months getting myself oriented and also getting to know the district again because it's been almost 20 years probably since I was first elected to the board, and things are moving along well. We are starting to pull together the data, the concepts that we need for an umbrella of scholarship offerings for families. We are really pulling together what we need to go to present and get financing for Achieve Charleston. So
Toya has really stepped out and even met with the president at Trident Technical College last week about this. So Toya, it cannot be 20 years since you were elected to the board. Neither you nor I is that old. So I'm just saying, so we thank you for your work. And Mrs. Waters, we'll be back in touch very, very soon with how we're linking all of this work. So thank you, Toya.
Thank you. One last thing. I'm so happy about the Trident Tech piece because I was hoping that there was a career focus.
Yes, ma'am.
there is, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Waters. Thank you, Toya. Ms. Bailey?
I have a question. The achievement for the sense of belonging and the self-management with grades 6 through 12. Do you attribute that to principals, administrators, and staff helping the children to feel more capable of self-control and helping them to feel like they belong to the classroom in the school settings?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you for that question. Post-COVID, it's been really challenging to help students have that sense of belonging and even self-awareness. But it goes back to what Dr. Williams said a second ago. We're really focused on this from the associate level with the principals, and they make it part of how they measure success of principals with how their students feel about coming to school. And so we do believe that it's the principals having exceptional leadership qualities, but inherently it's great teachers in classrooms across this district that are really making a difference with kids. So yes, ma'am, it's a heightened focus at our level, a strategic vision from principals, and the great teachers in our classrooms doing the work with kids every day.
Okay, well, I just wanted to call out the principal at RV Stall because I know he has done a lot there to help the kids, especially because they have a multicultural community there to feel like they belong at RV Stall and to give the kids ownership over their own self-control and their own management of themselves. So I applaud him over there.
I'm glad you did, Mrs. Bailey. Steve Larson is out of town right now, but Dr. Epplesheimer and I will certainly pass that along to him. Steve is masterful at creating climates that empower children and families. You'll see, Mrs. Roberson, the progress that St. John's High School made under his leadership, and most of that, of course, exceptional teaching, but most of that he would attribute, I believe, if he was here tonight, to the culture that he builds and the relationships that he himself has with children. So it just gives me chills to hear you call out a principal for that work, and we'll make sure we pass it along.
Ms. Watley?
I just want to say congratulations on a job well done.
Thank you, Watley.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, I have a question. No, well, sorry, but I think this has to actually go to Dr. Coakley. And it's actually with the self-management and how are we using this data that we got here, particularly when it's looking at the regulation and conflict resolution strategies as it relates to the PDP and the, yeah, right there. I know where I'm at.
Come on up, Dr. Coakley. He called you out, not me.
That's my friend.
No, come on up.
And I think I could do that. We go way back, so. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for asking the question. So I am happy to announce that we have actually conducted 9 steering committee meetings across the district from January all the way through the beginning of May. And those committees actually was composed of parents, teachers, 3 different meetings with teachers. We also brought in students from the middle schools and high schools. We brought in community members, constituent board members for the steering committee, and over 175 individuals participated at the culmination of this event, which has actually rolled out what I would consider to be a total facelift of the progressive discipline plan. All of the concerns have been addressed as far as the number of occurrences that it takes for students to actually receive assistance, to grouping like behaviors moving forward so that students aren't actually moving through that PDP, just jumping all over the place. Now those behaviors are grouped in the like situations. I also want to uplift the work of Lisa Allison's team that has been instrumental in really doing a lot of post-COVID listening circles with our schools, with our faculty and staff, with our students. So taking the information from all of those listening sessions and actually applying it to the changes within that PDP as well. You will also see when we talk about decreasing OSS or ISS is not an absence of a discipline referral. We talk about decreasing those OSS by providing alternatives for the students, like what our partnering districts are doing, virtual learning, still giving students the access to the environment while they're waiting for a student discipline hearing. So a lot of new and inventive things that have actually come out of the work. And so I'm excited that you guys have that progressive discipline plan. And then I'll just say for the record of having it before the first week of school. So I'm excited about that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions for me?
No, you're good. I appreciate you.
All right, no, I thank you. You are feeling me.
Ms. Roberson?
Thank you. This has been a wonderful report, and I want to give a shout out to Ron Steele and the school counseling departments across the district for their role in conducting their guided classroom lessons as well.
Dr. Temple?
Great. It's encouraging to see the progress we're making here. I did have one question. In looking at the data, 6 through 12, middle school, high school, are you all looking at the data to see? I mean, those are two different school populations with uniqueness for sure.
We might defer to the associates again because they are the ones in tandem with Lisa Allison's team who sit quarterly or at least by semester to unpack the data relative to how they can then support principals as principals support their teachers. Anybody? Any takers?
I'll come up again. That's what I was alluding to earlier, Dr. Temple. In the cadet meetings that we're having with principals, we're really digging deep into that data to really figure out what's going on. I can give you an even clearer example from the example I shared earlier. Example. So with one of my principals that I met with, when we dug deep into the questions under sense of belonging, and we found out that you needed that quite connected or extremely connected, they then in turn surveyed their kids. Like an additional survey they created, and one of the kids did put down something I think that stated, I like for the teachers to be nice, but not annoying, right? And then one said, I'd like to talk to my friends in the hallway. Well, of course, some of those things you're going to be able to negotiate with the scholars, but some things you need to truly listen to them and figure out, well, if the kids want us to be nice, but not annoying, what does that look like? So different things like that are what we're kind of coaching principals on. Like, now that you have this data, what do you do next and what are next steps? So.
Great.
And Dr. Temple, just so you know, and all the board members, we get this data by school and we get it down by question. So we're able to look at these questions individually and work with principals individually as well on how they support their students. So we look at it by elementary learning community, middle school learning community. We look at it in feeder patterns, and we look at it by grade span.
You're not going to be able to get me to
Joe,
sit
you
down.
back up?
But one more thing, and it looks different from school to school, which is why I wanted to give you a school specific example.
Yeah,
So,
good. All right, thank you very much for all this good work.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mrs. McKinney.
Certainly. Okay. Moving on to what powers these wonderful programs. Item 8A, is there a fiscal year 24 budget motion?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the F-24 budget as approved by the board at the first reading of the budget on June 22nd and presented to the public on June 12th with the 8.3 millage rate increase and additional amendments presented by staff at the July 6th Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. Is there a second? A second. Discussion. Ms. Carlin, I think Mr. Grabowski had asked during Cal if you would give us the historical data about the fund balance and then we'll go to questions.
Sure.
Maggie, if you could take us to slide 8. Actually, slide 9.
Well, while we're doing this,
There we
because there were some significant changes that was done that I think we should actually go through.
Yes, we can go through the
want the
entire,
entire-
yes, we can certainly go through the entire
Okay,
presentation.
okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that was included.
All right, so Maggie, thank you. So basically, this slide just talks about the changes that were made since the June 20th board adoption of the first reading. We increased local revenues by $1.1 million, and this was due to a reduction in economic rebates that these new numbers were provided to us by the Charleston County Treasurer's Office. And then on the expenditure side, we added $884,000 for additional staff support for 2 of our high schools that experience what we call transient enrollment after the 15-day enrollment. And then we had an additional $435,000 that was added for superintendent transition related increases. And the difference between those two was about $216,000. Next slide, please. And then changes since the July 12th public hearing. Audit and Finance Committee had a special called meeting Thursday, July 13th, where they approved a motion to increase millage an additional 2 mills. And there were 2 reasons that they wanted to do this. One of the biggest reasons was they were concerned about fund balance. You know, we continue to balance our budget year after year by using fund balance. And the concern, which we understand, is if something drastic happens to our district, an expenditure we don't expect, if we're too close to our fund balance policy threshold, that could create a problem for us. Another reason that they wanted to increase the millage, another 2 mills, was due to Dr. Temple's concern about non-teaching staff and not keeping them at, or keeping them at the 97% market value and not raising them up to 100% market value. So with that being said, the first reading, the public hearing, second reading, as we're calling it, and also the audit and finance 10.3 mil increase, they all include the same expenditures as before. The only thing that changed, of course, is the increase in revenues. One of the things about the Audit and Finance Committee 10.3 mil increase, we did not factor in the non-teaching 5% cost of living adjustment. And the reason why is because we really haven't had a chance to look at what that's going to cost us 2-3 years out to maintain the staff at 100% market. And we just felt like without doing our due diligence and looking at that over a 2 to 3 year history, we just needed to pause on that for now. So of course, the Audit and Finance Committee voted and the motion was passed to instruct staff to go back and do a compensation study and take a look at that again and bring that forth and see what we could do with that. We may have to look at implementing 100% market value over, 2 to 3 years instead of doing it all at one time, like we did with our $5,000 teacher salary increase. So with that, so both scenarios, all 3 scenarios, as you can see, are balanced. The only thing that changed was the increase in revenues with the fluctuation of the millage increase. On slide 6, when you look at what our targeted fund balance is based upon our policy, which is the projected fund balance as of June 30th, 2024, this is what we're projecting to end at based upon either one scenario that you look at. But the gist of it is that in all 3 scenarios, our projected fund balance is above the fund balance requirement. And that's what we want to make sure we do, is that we have a balanced budget and that we can meet our fund balance requirements. And so the next slide, this is just a summary of our revenues and expenditures. And what I did is I'd already presented this before with the public hearing information, but then I added another column based upon what was recommended by Audit and Finance Committee with the 10.3 mil increase. And the biggest increase you can see is local tax revenues because of the millage increase. But all the other numbers stayed consistent and were the same from the public hearing on revenues as well as expenditures. And so on the next slide, this is what Mr. Grabowski had asked me to cover in the next 2 slides. So Dr. Gallion had asked me to present this at Audit and Finance Committee last Thursday with the statute, the South Carolina statute limitations on fund balance, as well as our fund balance policy, board policy. And what we wanted to show you is that even if we follow the state statutes, which we don't, this would require a fund balance of 71.8 million. And as you know, we've talked so much about fund balance, we're above that. Our projected FY23 fund balance, where we expect we're going to end, is around 166.6 million. So then looking at our board policy fund balance, even though we're going to end the year around 166.6 million, theoretically, the requirement is approximately 143.6 million. So we're about $23 million above the required fund balance. And the concern is because we balance every year to use fund balance and we don't use it, if we were to continue to increase millage, we would have such a large fund balance within a year or two that it could create other problems for us. So that's where we come into play with this next slide. So this shows our budget versus actual use of fund balance for fiscal years 2019 through 2023. And as you can see, the line at the very bottom that's yellow, that is the actual use of fund balance, which is 0. And so what we've been doing the last few years is budgeting to use fund balance, but because for various reasons, we don't normally use it. And the biggest reason is sometimes our revenues come in higher than we anticipated on the local tax revenue as well as the state revenues. And another reason is because we've had some issues with filling vacancies. We've had those savings in salaries and benefits. And so with that, staff, I shouldn't say staff, we weren't sure how the board would feel about increasing the millage another 2 mills and going with a 10.3 versus an 8.3. And I believe Mr. Grabowski, that's where we left off with Audit and Finance Committee.
That's correct. And it was staff's recommendation to stay with the 8.3, which I appreciate. The staff went out and gave a recommendation. The main concern obviously was the COLA issue, which was resolved with the need for the 3-year study to go to market. What you've got to understand about that market study is kind of an interesting story. It was started back in 2014. And that's when the foundation was started. And after that, we've continued to get the same company to give us information as to what the current market is. So it's quite an interesting contract to consider that we've had a contract open for 10 years. So I think it's something we'll have to revisit and look at. There's the good and the bad to that you may bring, but it's something that Audit and Finance is going to have to look at. But Mr. Calhoun?
Yeah, I just think we'd be.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Madam Chairman.
That's all right. Do you have anything else you'd like to comment on?
I think we both kind of jump off of this.
Excuse me, we're going to come around like we've been doing. That's okay. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question, I suppose, in regard to the millage increase, originally we were talking about reduction in the debt service increase and then an increase in or I get those backwards. Is this the 8 point or the 10.1 or the 8.3? Is that a net or is that?
No, sir. The 10.3 would be on the operating side, and we'd still do the 2 mil reduction on the debt service side.
I see. Okay, so
the net would be 8.3 versus 6.3.
Understood. Okay, but the motion that was made was for the net of 6.3.
No.
The net, as it still has the reduction in the debt service side.
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay. And so just again, I've stated this in the past, so I don't want to repeat myself. I don't support any tax increase that targets commercial properties because our teachers have stated that they are predominantly renters. And so when we increase the cost of owning rental property, we are functionally increasing the rent that those teachers are going to pay. So I don't support any millage increase of any kind.
Ms. Waters?
I have 2 questions. Well, I'll start with the first one first because maybe it'll answer the second. So Audit and Finance made one recommendation. You are, as the district, making a second recommendation. What is the substance of the difference in the recommendations?
The substance. So to go to the 10.3 mil, the school district would receive an additional $6 million in local tax revenues. So it would continue to increase our fund balance.
And it is district staff's responsibility to keep an eye on that and monitor that and basically provide guidance as needed. And so when I was asked at Audit and Finance Committee what our recommendation was, I stated that we should stay with the 8.3 mil. I also discussed this with Dr. Gallion before I said that publicly to make sure that, he was in support of that as well. Does that answer your question?
It does, but it brings up the second question that maybe I should have asked first, because it's still a question. Why would that money go to fund balance automatically? Why is there an assumption that that money wouldn't be used to make something better in this district?
No, that's a very good question. And the board has every right to assign that $6 million to something specifically. What we wanted to be careful about was that it wasn't assigned specifically to the non-teaching COLA at the 100% market. We wanted to make sure we did our due diligence on that piece before anything was assigned.
Sure.
But
So
no, that's a good question.
Okay, because this is only with that with the teacher increase or non-teacher increase in mind, hasn't been considered whether anything else might need improvement.
No, that's a good point. It could be put aside and used for something specifically that needs improvement, whether it's additional teachers, whether it's additional whatever is needed. One of the other things that, is creeping up on us, and I know I keep saying this, but it's the ESSER financial cliff.
Sure.
And so even though we've put some money back for that, that 2 mils, if it was passed, could very easily go to that. It could be assigned to that line item in our fund balance.
Yeah, because I want to make sure we're not overstating or underestimating or underrepresenting where we are in education, because we keep sort of describing this as though we're padding our pockets somehow, but education is already underfunded. And so I'm just curious as to if a group of professionals would come to the conclusion that we do in fact need the 10.3 mils, why we would be anti that and why we, so I guess the third question I might have, I don't know where the timer is, but the third question I would have is, why has Audit and Finance consistently recommended a higher millage increase than we have been considering?
I would probably let Mr. Calhoun answer that question, if that's okay.
We consistently, and particularly after we keep pushing for that higher millage because this is something we haven't brought up at all today. The Moody's report. We fall within a certain level against our peers. If our expenditures keep going up and we stay flat on our fund balance, that percentage goes down. And can you correct me if I'm wrong, either Mr. Kenny or Mrs. Carlin? If we go down, we have the bigger potential of our credit rating falling that way, which makes everything more expensive. Am I in the right field here? I tried to find a Moody's rate, the exact terminology that they use. I couldn't find a Moody's report earlier, but I will pull it up and send that to everybody. But they are also very scared of that credit rating falling. And that's why they consistently push up that 10.3 mil. Yes, we thought about the COLA increase also, but that was the main reason we came back for that July 12th meeting, was because of that the millage was too low, even though they keep recommending the higher one.
And that's why we wanted to be transparent. I'm sorry. Which is why we wanted to address their concern. We wanted to show the use of fund balance versus what we budgeted over the last 5 years, just to be very transparent that although we continue to use it as a strategy to balance a budget, it is very rare. Well, as you can see, we have not had to use it. We've just been very fortunate with additional revenues coming in as well as vacancy savings.
The last thing I would say on this subject is, I go to meet with my principals often, and we keep coming back to this issue of, why don't my schools have arts programs, or why don't my schools have sports teams? Why don't my schools have consistent activity buses? Why don't many of my students have somewhere to go after school so that they're not going home to be with an older cousin or a big brother? Why aren't they somewhere where they could be getting enrichment? And the answer is always funding. And so this like comment, that's in the air around like, we've got so much money as a district, or, we're putting so much money in fund balance. The money is needed somewhere. And this is not to you. I'm just saying in general, as a board, this notion that we've got everything we need is incorrect. And if you want to know how incorrect it is, walk through my schools, walk through Ms. Roberson's schools.
Ms. Bailey?
Mr. Kelly answered my question.
Okay. Ms. Watley?
Mr. Grabowski, would you please repeat the motion that you're making and
The motions to approve the F-24 budget as approved by the board at the first reading of the budget on June 22nd, 2023, and presented to the public on July 12th, with the 8.3 millage increase and additional amendments presented by staff at the July 6th Finance Committee meeting.
and that's for the 8.3, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all.
Mr. Calhoun?
I believe I am good right now. All my concerns are out on the table. I do believe we need this extra 10.3 mil. I just got some letters today from some students at West Ashley High School who are talking about they need some funding for some things so they can stop having to be their own fundraisers. So, we could put that towards some of these programs, put some of that money towards some of these programs. As he said, put $1 in fine arts for every dollar you put into athletics, like they do in Texas. If we can do that with some extra funding coming in, some extra revenue coming in, let's go ahead and make that happen for our students. But then also thinking about the financial aspect of, we need to be really cautious, as they have been over the last few years, with watching that fund balance. But then also, if we are going to look within the next year, increasing everybody to 100%, or even higher than 100%. It would be great for us to have some extra money on hand for us to be able to do that now, as opposed to coming back next year and trying to push another one. So after the study is done, we should be good to have some money on hand for us to be able to do this thing.
Ms. Roberson? Dr. Temple?
Well, I triggered an additional Audit and Finance Committee meeting because I realize that we have a lot of needs within the district that are not being met. Courtney brought up a whole series of things in her schools, as did Mr. Calhoun. I had a letter from an employee, teacher assistant, who said that her salary was only going to go up $50, $60. Her home mortgage insurance is going up $100. That says to me that we are not supporting our employees in a way that we should be supporting them. So I've listened carefully. I've attended both of them in person, the Audit and Finance Committee meetings. And I respect the expertise of these people who are serving on our Audit and Finance Committee meeting. I believe we need to fairly and properly support all of our employees, whether they're our teachers or our non-classified folks, because every single one of them impacts the learning and teaching in our schools. And we cannot continue to continually inadequately fund our schools and our employees. It was interesting to me that at the public hearing last week and tonight, no one has objected to our budget increases. Recently received a letter and this evening a testimony from a prominent community and business group showing support for the Audit and Finance Committee's recommendations for a 10.3 millage budget. I believe the district has always been conservative about recommending a millage because they always fear this whole idea about, raising taxes. But Act 388 has put us in a very bad position when it comes to school financing. I believe our Charleston community deserves our school board leadership right now to support a budget that lets our teachers, our employees, and our schools accomplish the district's mission to properly educate its students. So therefore, I want to support the motions that came out of Audit and Finance. Audit and Finance said that we should adopt a 10.3 millage budget that provides teachers with the 5,000 salary increase and pays non-teaching staff and has a stronger fund balance. And I know that if the Audit and Finance also wanted to go through the process to perform a new market study to bring non-teachers to market value over the 3-year period. If we have an Audit and Finance Committee meeting that meets year after year, month after month, and they make a recommendation as strong as they did, I think it's time for us to listen, and it's time for our board to do what's right for our community. And that is to provide the best quality public education we can do. Thank you.
Ms. Carlin, I just would like to confirm that the 8.3 mil increase does handle the teacher's pay raise that we voted on. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are we ready for the vote? Yes.
I have some, just so that we're clear. If we look at the millage increase history over the last 5 years, in 2020, it was 3.48. In 2022, in 2021, there was no millage increase. 2022, there was 5.1. 2023 was 6.3. And this is in the 8.30. I think when you look at the history of the fund balance and the reasons that we met, I do understand what Mr. Carlin and a couple of the members, well, really just 1 or 2 other members talked about as to the Moody's rating. But as we've seen, the historical data shows that the fund balance is continuing to grow, and we have no history of drawing down. We do use it to have a balanced budget because that's what we need. This budget is very living. It's got to be torn apart. We need to start immediately going into it so we can live and understand this budget. Because it can be changed. That's the one great thing about the budget. But once you start putting out the FTEs, the 5,000s without adequate studies is how that's going to affect you in 2025, 2026. We know how it's going to affect us next year, but in 3 years, we know we're going to need millage increases. So that's why I think we need to stay in line. This is going to be high, but next year, if we're going to be fighting for the teachers, we're going to need to be making this argument all over again. And then with the proper documentation, we can look at the COLA to market and maybe have even a better market. Or who knows, that market may be way off for all we know. We don't even know if it's 100%. I mean, it's just, it's difficult, but that anyway.
Definitely going to be higher.
Thank you.
I have something else.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I would like to hear from Dr. Gallion on this. So what do you believe? What is your recommendation?
Well, I think Ms. Carlin's already stated that.
Well, yeah, but I wanted to hear from him as well.
Okay.
So one of the reasons I asked Ms. Carlin to show how the fund balance has been managed and how we do not touch in the historical data for that is because I don't think it'd be in our best interest to raise the mill rate, because we could do different things internally that would allow us to maybe cover. I know me and Mr. Brigman have already talked about a plan for how we can try to get those non-teaching staff to 100% without raising the millage rate. I think that giving the administration some time to make that analysis may be more beneficial. We may still have to come back and say we need a new millage rate, but at least we'll have it data to support it.
I just want to say.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Calhoun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you wish to be recognized, Dr. Temple, briefly?
Brief. I just want us to realize that this is the time, this is the meeting to address the millage increase. We cannot come back in January and change the millage because our county council and our tax auditors and that whole system is relying on us making a decision tonight about our millage because there's a whole bunch of things that go into play with it. So it's like, it's now or next year. it's not going to be delayed.
So my response is in support of trying to do an analysis, a deep analysis over the next year, determine whether or not we need to come back with this conversation next year.
Madam Chair. May I?
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you for showing the use of fund balance has not actually happened. That's wonderful, but I understand that what's happening is, I don't mean this insultingly, but like an accounting trick to make it look balanced and that we don't actually have to
No,
use it.
that is not an accounting trick. What I'm giving you are actual revenues and expenditures to show that we are not using fund balance. It is not an accounting trick.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. I don't mean an accounting trick to show that we're not using it. I mean, to show that there's a balanced budget. Now we're showing the use of fund balance that we don't need to use. I don't mean,
Right.
yeah.
So let
So-
me stop you there because I have to present a balanced budget to the board. I mean,
But-
I have to.
No,
So if that involves use of fund balance to get us to where we need to so that we can satisfy the expenditures, whether it's salary increases, state mandated increases, contractual increases, that's how we balance the budget.
Wholly understood, wholly understood. What I was getting at is that taking money out of a proverbial savings account, I understand it's not liquid capital, is not the same as balancing a budget, in my opinion. I think that we have a amount of money going out problem, not an amount of money coming in problem. So I would challenge the staff in perfect alignment with what Dr. Gallion was saying, to look at what we're spending and how much and on what, before we look at increasing the amount coming in.
Mhm. We actually did that with this budget. If you recall, we used the FY23 expenditure baseline to build the FY24 budget. So we've already taken that into consideration. If I budget the way you have just insinuated, we would not be able to use the use of fund balance to actually balance the budget. So all of these increases that we've actually been able to work into the first reading, second reading, public hearing reading, they wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have been able to present a balanced budget. Does that make sense?
It certainly does. And I'm not talking about the balance. Well, I don't want to beat it at a horse. I understand your point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Ms. Carlin?
I have a question for Mr. Grabowski. Do you believe we should put up the 10.31 first and have the 8.3 come second if 10.3 fell? Just thinking about it on a practical,
The motion.
I know, but I was gonna get to that.
No, I think we should vote on the 8.3, and then if we have to vote on the 10.3.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm saying this because I feel I would be remiss if I did not. But to state that, we're going to do an analysis, I'm totally fine with. It sounds right. It feels right. But I want to be clear that my concern is not just the COLA. My concern is how we resource our schools. And so I am agnostic in terms of how we get there, because I realize there's more than one way, but we need to get there.
That's exactly what I'm trying to get at. So it'll not only address what Dr. Temple is trying to accomplish, but it could potentially address how we allocate resources to the campuses.
We'll call for the vote.
1 second.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm just gonna toss it out there, see whether you like it or not, but if you would please accept a friendly amendment to do the 10.3 first and then next.
No, I would like to vote on the 8.3 first.
Okay.
When the motion appears on the screen, the motion to approve the fiscal year 24 budget is approved by the board at the first reading of the budget on June 22nd, 2023, and presented to the public on July 12th, with the 8.3 millage rate increase and additional amendments presented by staff at the July 6th Finance Committee meeting. You will vote yay or nay, and confirm your vote after it is cast will be in the upper corner of your screen. And the motion passes. On to the next item. Thank you to you, Ms. Carlin, to you and your entire staff.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve, I should say, on B, motion to approve the reallocation of funds as shown and presented to us on the attached resolution?
Madam Chair.
Are you moving to accept? Moving the motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Grabowski makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, like to make a motion to approve the June 21st, 2023 contract list for the purchase of 250,000 or more.
Excuse me, we are on
Jumping
B.
ahead.
We're on B, which is fixed cost of ownership.
Oh, fixed cost of.
Yes, is there a motion to approve the reallocation of funds as shown on the resolution presented to us?
So move.
Moved by Mr. Calhoun.
I'll second.
Is there a second? I'll second. Discussion. We'll start with Mr. Grabowski.
I think staff has done an admirable job in trying to explain why this reallocation is going through. I mean, I do struggle sometimes when I see, stormwater issues being put at the backside. But it does appear that this reallocation is not going to, correct me if I'm wrong, delay the stormwater issues. So with that being said, I know it's not my district, but nevertheless, and I do consider that schools should be our top priority versus athletic fields, but nevertheless.
Mr. Kelly, Ms. Walters, Ms. Bailey, Ms. Watley, Mr. Calhoun.
Yes, Mr. Barrow, can you address the mobile issue with the Mount Zion and where we will be going with that?
Based on pending class loading, we need to have an extra 2 classrooms out there. It's 1 trailer.
Right. I'm talking about the wet trailers versus the dry trailers.
So the initial plan was that those 2 classrooms did have the capability for water, but in an effort to get them in time for school, we talked to the principal about rearranging classes, and they'll put the older children out there where they don't need the bathroom within the classroom, so it'll work out for the school. We're also converting one of the interior rooms as well for a classroom.
And about how long will we be using the trailers over there?
It'll all depend upon when the project for the new District 9 elementary school is complete, and we're working on that now as well.
And I will pass over Ms. Robertson.
Ms. Robertson.
I would just like to say I'm extremely disappointed with this. Again, D9 is always on the back burner. I have looked at that document and that Mr. Barori referred to, and I just want to go on record to say that the schools in D9 and D23, they get allocations, but it's to bring their schools up to standards, not any enhancements. So let's be clear. It's just bringing it up to standards. And for us to once again be put on the back burner because of something that should have been done on the front end during the design. And the students, again, are the one that's being the sacrificial lamb and not having an appropriate field to play on in the fall is unacceptable to me.
Dr. Temple,
Nothing.
anything else? We're ready for the vote.
I have one more question, Mr. Hamer.
Ye-
I'm sorry. Now, I've been thinking about this since you said it earlier. So y'all were working with the city.
Okay, who were you addressing this question to,
Mr.
Mr. Hamer?
Yeah.
Okay,
So y'all were working with the city and y'all had a plan, and then it was basically a surprise at the permit process, when y'all went to go get the permit.
I'm sorry, say that again, sir.
Y'all are working on the, phase 1, phase 2, we already had the plan done for the stormwater.
Yes, sir.
But then when y'all went to go get the permit, that's when they surprised y'all with more robust
Right, the identification for the additional, more robust stormwater design was brought to our attention when the TRC reviewed it this past spring, this past May.
But y'all already had a stormwater plan.
We
in
did,
there.
we did. And again, it was based on a criteria that we thought was appropriate for the project. The city thought a different criteria should be, part of how we did the design.
Okay, so I guess that's where the confusion was. So the city wasn't working with y'all all together when y'all were putting together that first plan.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? We'll call for the vote. And again, after you cast your vote, if you'll please confirm its accuracy in the upper corner of your screen. And the motion passes. We are on to agenda item C. Is there a motion for the contracts greater than $250,000?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Grabowski,
I move to approve the June 21st, 23 contract list for purchases of 250,000 more with the exceptions of item 8 and 9.
is there a second? Second by Mr. Kelly. Question, we'll start discussion, Mr. Grabowski.
The reason I'm moving for these exceptions, I'm really want the staff to do a deep dive on the ESSER funds, and these are both coming out of the ESSER funds. They're large, and they're both being used for a curriculum that is, I question it. I just think, and I also really am going to be asking staff to look deeply into the procurement rules on some of the exceptions that we have within the list that allow some of these contracts to go out on learning services without any bidding at all. And we started to get tied into some of these companies. But more importantly, this is the year of the teacher. And I just feel that we really, really need to dig in hard as quickly as possible to find the funding for this extra bonus. And if we can do it within the next 30 days, a lot of this funding is to be used workbooks. From talking to a lot of teachers, that both are for and against, EL. They said they can get by, but, to find that 19 million for the teachers and the bonuses, I think is going to be a real dig. And I think we need to do it as quickly as possible because that's going to direct how we move forward with this budget. And looking at this budget, it's a living budget. It can be changed.
Mrs. McKinney, may I interject?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that okay? Mr. Grabowski, as we shared in Audit and Finance, sir, line item 9 for EL resources would prevent us from purchasing resources for students and inherently make teaching more difficult for educators in classrooms. I just want to ensure the board understands that the State Department of Education has provided EL resources to students in Charleston's priority schools already. Line item 9 allows us to go ahead and proceed with purchasing materials for this last transition year for students.
And if I may,
Please.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
McKinney, number 8 is not exclusive, specific, or unique to EL. A laundry list of content areas are supported. Algebra is supported, geometry is supported, K-8 ELA supported, science is supported, our professional learning communities are supported. And so when we compromise this package, I just want to make it known and clear that there are many facets of teaching and learning that will be impacted by this. And I don't know if you were able to see, we placed in the board brief the impact report that speaks to evidence that suggests the outcomes that Ms. Roberts and I presented, 2 meetings ago, towards our increases in ELA. This work is important to that piece. And so thank you for just a minute to share that.
I have a question well, I'll wait till my turn, Mr. Kelly.
We just voted to increase the taxes on every taxpayer in our county. And yes, we did. And I can't support $4 million going to a program that an hour ago or a couple hours ago, we talked about has a lifespan of 1 year. That seems a silly. It's 400,000 and 3.5 million. Okay. A portion of $4 million, what it's not, it's combined, so we can't see it. Going towards something that has a half-life of 12 months seems like a silly use of dollars to me.
If I may respond to I'm sorry, Dr. Gallion, go ahead.
All right. So, Mr. Kelly, will say this, that the $4 million that's allocated is for professional development for teachers. The type of professional development that they're going to receive is not specific to EL. It is about good teaching practices across the board. So this is going to benefit our kids for many years from now, because the teachers will have the tools necessary to do their job.
Do you have the document in front of you, Dr. Gallion?
Yeah.
Okay, it reads that this learning supports teachers to build their deep knowledge in their content and curriculum that we're getting rid of in 1 year, lead curriculum planning that we're getting rid of in 1 year, and practice. So if there's something here that I'm not seeing, please do let me know.
Right. No, that's fair. That's fair. When we say curriculum, we're not talking EL curriculum particularly. That's math curriculum, bridges, illustrative math, science curriculum, that's all curriculum.
Thank you. That's very good to know. Can you tell me what percentage or portion thereof is associated with this EL curriculum that we're getting rid of?
The breakdown of how much time the vendor, the consultant will spend on EL versus math versus science versus PLC work?
Not so much time, but of that, the $3.5 million in line item 8. What percentage of that represents EL?
I can't quantify it that way, but another point I think it's important to make, it's a multi-year contract. It's a 2-year contract. And so it's not 1 year we tackle work associated with reading instruction and then we move on. The idea behind this is, as Dr. Gallion alluded to, is to shore up teacher practices, and not just teacher, the folks who support teachers, the administrators, the coaches, and the teachers all receive this professional development. And so it's been rather successful in our 11 or so acceleration schools. And this package allows us to spread or advance the work. She's at the podium. To advance the work in an additional group of schools that have recently been identified as school improvement schools, as well as to the cadre of instructional specialists on Dr. Davis's team, who will then turnkey that information for our building level coaches. So it's layered. It's not as simple as, if we don't support this, we don't support EL, because it's connected to all of our content areas in essence.
So we ask, Mr. Kelly, again, I really appreciate your questions and you're seeking to really understand. So thank you. I asked Ms. Haynes to come up to the podium to talk. She's interfaced more with this and can give you some boots on the ground. Ms. Haynes.
Thank you. So leading educators have been very beneficial in supporting our teachers in the delivery and understanding the curriculum, whether it's EL, math. They have been there to provide the professional development for our teachers, coaches, principals, assistant principals. Without them, we don't have the infrastructure to do the work that really needs to be done in order to improve the performance of our teachers, which in turn improves the performance of our students. So the gains that you've seen in acceleration schools has been because of the PD that's been offered through leading educators. There was an article in Ed Week from our Commissioner of Education in DC that says teachers, in order to provide them with strong support, it needs to be during the day. It needs to be great PD, professional development that is strong, and PLCs during the day. And leading educators has offered that. So we've really worked with our teachers and our schools in having strong professional learning communities during the school day, 1 hour out of the week after school, which we pay them for. We have given them PD that they come during the day. I would expect teachers not really maybe showing up to PD, but these teachers have 100% attendance in PD on days that we give them. They want the PD, they're hungry for the PD. I've never seen teachers that were so hungry to have strong professional development. And it's because we don't have the infrastructure within CCSD to offer that PD. So I know it's expensive. However, it has turnkeyed and we are seeing improvement from our students across the board. And my teachers would say, our teachers would say the same thing. So we need it.
Thank you. I think we're at Ms. Waters. Were you through, Mr. Kelly? Okay.
Something that Ms. Haynes said sparked something that came out of a recent discussion that I was in. There's a lot of data that supports the fact that one of the less attractive aspects of the education profession is actually lack of professional development. It is the fact that teachers close their doors and they are in an island unto themselves and they don't get an opportunity to build their skills, because building your skills makes you more effective at your job, and everybody wants to be more effective at their jobs. And even more important than that, students benefit when teachers are more effective at their jobs. It's troubling to me that we're back here again. This is a repeat of last meeting where we have no issue with anything but the academic requests. This is a school district. Everything else is an enabling factor. We are talking about the meat and potatoes. We say nothing about an analysis of the enabling pieces of the puzzle. But we have an issue with what matters, the substance. Teachers are more likely to stay and be retained when they like where they work, and professional development is a part of that. And a professional development program that correlates directly to student outcomes, I mean, that is a win-win for everybody. And so I'm just disappointed that here we are again.
Ms. Bailey?
Browski, please say his motion one more time.
I'd like to approve the expenditures over greater than 250,000 with exceptions of item 8 and item 9.
That is your question. My comment is, I will support this motion, but my preference would be no ESSER expenditures until we have found the money for the teacher's bonus. Ms. Watley?
I love the analogy of meat and potatoes. As a vegetarian myself, some people prefer steak, some people prefer chicken, and some people only eat fish. But anyway, that's just an aside. I actually have 3 questions. And I think that Ms. Haynes touched on some of it already, but I would like a little bit, you might want to go back up a little bit more detail. One, why do we need an outsourced vendor? Why this particular vendor? And how did we come to select this particular vendor?
So I hope I don't get in too much trouble. Anita, you may need to come stand up. So The first question is, why?
Why do we need an outsourced vendor, or do we need an outsourced vendor?
My honest opinion, being new to the district, yes, we need an outside vendor. And experience needing an outside vendor because the infrastructure is not here. Our coaches, our district instructional specialists, they are good, but they also need development in order to implement curriculum. And so the outside vendor really comes in and supports our district instructional specialists. They support me, they support our principals who may not know the curriculum, the APs, et cetera. So it's a good start to say, okay, come and help us, and then allow us to learn from them so we can sustain that work. So they come, they help, they teach, and then they release to us. And that's what we're in the process of doing. This is their last year with the acceleration schools. And so our district instructional specialists are learning how to sustain the work. However, we have many more that want to be part. Some of them have attended our work, some of the work that we've done, but they need more support, if that makes sense.
And then the why this particular vendor, which I think you may have just answered with the acceleration schools. And then how did you come to select that particular vendor?
Can I go back to your second
Sure,
question?
yes, ma'am.
So I've worked with several vendors that have come into districts. This has been the best that I've ever worked with in my 30 plus years of experience. They are excellent from other vendors that I worked with. And I've given testament to that to other boards within the country, that they are very strong in the work that they do. So compared to other vendors I've worked with, they follow up. They have learning walks in our schools with our coaches and with our assistant principals, as well as the principals. So they follow through on their work, and their PD is very engaging for our teachers. So how do we come to leading educators? That was kind of decided before I got here. And to be honest, I was hesitant because I wanted someone else to use another vendor, but that didn't happen. And so working with this vendor, I grew and saw the difference in what I was used to and what we're doing now. So that was done with Carolyn Belcher, and leading educators' work has been phenomenal with our district, and our teachers, our principals, and our coaches will attest to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Calhoun?
Yes. I'm dismayed that we're back here again. I mean, knowing personally, my wife has attended this training a lot. She loves it. Other teachers I know have attended this training and have y'all not. Just go tag along. I mean, we can go do that. However, when we're talking about leading educators, we're talking about this PD, this professional development. We all take professional development. I go to academic conferences. I need that. If the College of Charleston did not afford that to me, I would not be at the College of Charleston, because I cannot grow as a scholar, as an academic, without going to these academic conferences. We encourage our teachers to go to conferences. We are bringing in a professional development that we have seen worked. We've seen it work, and we all applaud Ms. Haynes each time she come up here and talk about acceleration schools. And what we always talk about on this board, if we see something working throughout one place that we are piloting, we need to put it throughout the district. And that's what we're trying to do right now with this. So why are we trying to cut our nose to spite the face? It is I'm tired of having to go to this. Yes, we know EL is going away. That's great. EL is going away. However, having a training and professional development team on site right now under a contract will be able to help us as we make this transition into a new curriculum next year. And that's just for that side. We also see them working with our science and our math and all these other curriculums. It is not just the EL. So stop trying to put this just to EL. We know EL is gone, but let's not kill this leading educators thing. And then also on the open resource, are we going to send our students inside of the classroom at the beginning of the year without the materials that they need? I thought we were here to support the children. We cannot do that. That is unacceptable as a district, as a board. That is unacceptable. We cannot do that.
May I just add one more thing? Just to say, leading educators helps us to look at our standards, the South Carolina state standards. It's not just about EL. They take the standards, they look at that, look at the curriculum that we're using, whether it's bridges, whatever it may be, math, ELA, Algebra 1, and they help us with the delivery and understanding and breaking down of those standards so we can make sure that our teachers are teaching the standard based on the South Carolina standards. So I just wanted to add that.
Ms. Roberson?
Yes, thank you. My question is for Ms. Collins, and you may need the assistance of Mr. Kennedy. What exactly is the purpose of this report? How much in the weeds are we supposed to go as a board? It says board approval for contracts.
Yes, ma'am. This was put into place by the prior board. Hold on, let me pass the mic.
I guess what I'm getting at is what are we supposed to be looking to question the scope of the project? Or are we supposed to be looking at the dollar amount for the contract? What exactly is the purpose of this report?
So as Ms. Collins said, the report was put in place, I think it's like spring or so of last year, so it has been in that long. It was in reaction to the disparity study. It used to be at some point way in the distant past where the board approved all contracts above a certain dollar threshold. I think that dollar threshold was maybe $25,000 when I was here before. 50,000. And then at some point, the board decided to no longer have any threshold come to the board. And then once we had a disparity study and problems that disclosed, then the board decided to reinstate board approval of contracts with a threshold of $250,000. Now, when the board took that vote, they didn't give us any parameters. So we began to develop a list of anything that exceeded 250, brought to the Audit and Finance Committee, and we made some adjustments based on input from the committee, and some of those adjustments to make sure that the committee understands the nature of each procurement, which part of the procurement code did it apply to, was it a sole source? If so, why? So the procurement parameters, and then to some degree, especially on the operational side, initially trying to understand exactly what the intent of the work might be, and then lately more about the intent of the on the academic side also.
Okay, sir, before you move, Mr. Kabrowski, so are these items flushed out in your Audit and Finance Committee?
That is a great question. And it's a question that we discussed at Audit and Finance, because Audit and Finance should just be responsible for the auditing procedures, whether this money is included into the budget. Education and Strategic really should be saying that this program is something justified. This is not Audit and Finance's position to be saying this is justified. We are solely looking at these issues. Are they in the budget? Where's the money coming from? And then on to the audit side, one of the problems I have with this, since we really don't know the contract, And we weren't provided with the contract because we didn't ask for the contract. You know, we didn't go deep into it. But one of the biggest problems when you look at the ESSER funding is all the travel expenses. And if you look at this exemption, you know, that this one falls under, it's just incredibly broad that they can enter into any contract whatsoever. And then I've got to, I mean, not I, the committee's got to be responsible for auditing and finance and looking at it and trying to figure out, you know, where all these expenses. And one of the complaints we hear about vendors is dead time. They go from one school to another school. They're at a school for about an hour, maybe 2 hours, and then they get paid still for 6 hours of travel time as they go from somewhere else. I mean, you hear that over and over, and that's why we have to this year really dig into this and find it. My problem's not with the legitimacy of the programs. That's not my job. That's not audit and finance's job. I mean, that really should be something that, you know, educational curriculum says that.
But I will also add to that, though, as been indicated here, that the growth that we've seen in students over the last 2 years, that growth is attributable to something. And the academic team has demonstrated over the last few board meetings what that something or those some things are. And these two items that we're talking about are definitely part of that contribution. And as they indicated, if they are snatched away from our schools, then what's at jeopardy is the continued growth of our students. I won't deny that perhaps we need to take a deeper dive on sort of like how we do with procurements, how we evaluate. But I certainly wouldn't think we would start at a point where we know if we start there in the short term, that what impact we're going to have on kids, which is going to be negative.
Thank you. This is my final, and Mr. Kennedy, that's exactly where I was going. I'm concerned that this report is not a proper oversight of procurement. And so we get to this report month after month, and we are questioning the academics part. And I believe Ms. Huggins, maybe as Mr. Grabowski recommended, he's audit and finance, they go through the operation size, facilities, and the monies part. Maybe it's time for the strategic education committee to look at the academics part. So when we get here, all of this would be flushed out, and we don't have to decide, you know, if this is something that's warranted or not. So I think that is something, Dr. Gallion, my note is that the superintendent and this board or the audit and finance committee look at a different, possibly different reporting format for this particular report.
Thank you. Dr. Temple.
Did you want to say?
Yeah, I can
something?
respond to that. So I want to say, in preparation for it being an audit and finance discussion, I asked the team to begin to comb through the ESSER funds to see how we were going to come up with the $19 million that we need. I was informed that we could potentially get there without touching any other programs or positions that affect schools. And this is one of those that could potentially move forward.
Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay.
As an educator and someone who worked in curriculum instruction for 20 years and was a principal, I have to tell you that professional development, as Mr. Calhoun talked about, is so critical to the work that teachers and principals do. There's no denying it. And I am concerned, as was indicated, that we as a district do not have a solid professional development infrastructure in place. When I worked in the system, we had it. I don't believe the system is there now. So as a skeptic, I researched this vendor, Leading Educators, and I've asked a lot of questions about staff and the teachers. And it looks to me like Leading Educators is an entity that can help the district build its capacity to deliver professional development in future years once the district has the organizational structure in place that supports professional development in the academic content areas and its instructional practices. So I see this contract as an investment in us. I see this contract as an investment that will help us build the infrastructure and the capacity for us to deliver professional development in many ways ourselves. Not always, because there's new things that emerge and some people or groups have the expertise that we bring in. But I do believe that this investment at this time is critical for us building the infrastructure that we need for professional development. So I support it. With relationship to number 9, you know, we need instructional materials, things wear out. We don't want to hand kids books that are tattered or not have the workbooks and et cetera that they need. So, you know, these two resources, number 8 and 9, are essential.
Thank you. Are there any new questions or
Just one.
opinion? A new one?
Yes. The other thing that we need to remember is why ESSER funding exists. And it was really to make sure that we were able to support our students amid COVID learning loss. And the fund is finite and we're coming up on the cliff. And so the idea that we should be trying to conserve the resources for other things, like this is actually the thing it was intended for, and it's doing what it was intended to do, which is very important. We should not be hog-tying any of this money because they're asking to use it for what it was intended to be used for.
Thank you. Mr. Calhoun, a new thought?
Yes, 2 things. First, my freshman year of high school, probably like 2002 or something like that, I had a book I had a German book that still had a German, the Berlin Wall standing. Berlin Wall fell in the 80s. That was in 2002. I absolutely find it irresponsible of us to even think about sending our students into the classroom without the necessary tools so they can be prepared. So I say all that to say, my friend, Mr. Gabrowski, would you please accept a friendly amendment for us to approve the contract list as written?
I have a few more questions where I'll consider that.
Thank you.
On one of the concerns on buying materials and everything, especially considering, you know, we still haven't come up with a clear policy. We know what we're saying, that, you know, teachers don't have to use EL, but some teachers will want to use EL. So obviously I don't want to restrict those teachers that want to use EL, knowing that this is just going to buy the workbooks. This is not going to buy the books. The books are already purchased and they're already there. This is solely just so that students can have the workbooks. My concern is that, and maybe you can answer this, is this a blanket purchase for the whole district?
Mr. Grabowski, this purchase satisfies materials for all of the schools who are already in implementation mode. Some schools are starting year 3, some schools are starting year 2. And so we want to be able to provide the resources they need to move forward in a responsible way for this upcoming academic year. We can't stand to not provide them with these resources so that they can continue the good work we're seeing in the results. So it's not all schools, but I have to be honest, it's the 53 or so schools, elementary and middle, who implemented last year.
But I still go back to there's this large quantity of teachers that are not going to be using this and are going to want to use something else. And where are we going to find the funds for that? This is ESSER funding.
So when Ms. Huggins spoke to the need, Dr. Gallion spoke to the need of having a comprehensive, guaranteed and viable standardized curriculum. That's what we have in EL. We don't have another curriculum to hand teachers in August. And so moving forward, as we attempt this new adoption process with the state, we'll have that in 24-25. But for the upcoming year, EL is what we can provide to the bulk of our elementary and middle schools in terms of having an approach and a standard that guarantees that all children have high quality instructional materials, not some, but all. Now, the presentation from Ms. Reidenbach provides the support, the implementation in a way that is not so cumbersome for teachers. So that's the provision that we've made based on the feedback that we've received from our community and our teachers. So that's the provision. We're going to make this more user-friendly for you, but EL is what we have to offer. I don't have another comprehensive curriculum package to offer teachers for a month away. We're 30 days maybe or so out. And so when we say let teachers use what they want to use, one point that's been absent in this conversation is this year is our accreditation year. This fall, we will begin the process of Cognia accreditation. Two big pillars are associated with that: board governance and coherence across the system with our academic programs. So to tell teachers they can use whatever they want to use is contrary, it's counter, it's the complete opposite of what we believe as practitioners in terms of advancing the work for all scholars, Mr. Grybowski. So this package provides the resources and materials for the 53, that's the number that's stuck in my head, that we've used for the last 2 years or so implementing this program.
But we're still not going to back ourselves into a position telling a teacher that they have to use the EL curriculum.
They'll be providing them the resources they need in case they do use it. So
I understand that, but I just want to make it clear that we're not backing the teacher, the individual teacher, into a position that they have to use the EL curriculum.
Mr. Grabowski, our role as district leaders is to support the work of principals and teachers. Principals direct teachers and their schools what curricula to use and how to implement curricula to support student achievement. The position of the superintendent and the chief academic officer and me is that in order to move forward in 1 month, to offer schools the support they need to continue the progress we've seen, is that we continue with EL, allowing teachers the flexibility to supplement as they need. As Ms. Simmons has noted, we have open court in some schools, we have some schools using other support systems, but that the standard, the coherence across the system is EL, and that teachers can supplement, augment, utilize resources they have in their tool bag of tricks to meet all students, particularly students that we know need it the most. And a no vote on number 9 specifically would prevent us from providing those resources. And a no vote on number 8 would prevent us from offering the professional development that we feel as practitioners we need across the system. And I'm going to ask forgiveness in advance, but I just want to remind you that policy IG sets for the board the foundation, that it lays out the expectations for curriculum, that you allow us as the practitioners to see what's going on in schools and to work hard to make things right for kids. And when they don't go right, you hold us accountable. And we're determined to do that. I promise you, we are not sitting here with any intent to indoctrinate students, to lead students on a road that's wrong, to push a curriculum down teachers' throat that inherently they know is not right, but to make the best of a situation where we're being told in a year, we're going to have a new curriculum in this district. And so we're doing our best to figure out how to make it work for 3,500 teachers and 47,000 children.
And I think Mrs. Simmons's argument on the accreditation is a valid one. It's definitely a valid argument. And to me, it's just, I want to make sure we have the resources, Mrs. Carlin, available, to provide these teachers with this during this transitional period, with the ability in their bag of tricks, to really work to get our kids, teaching. As I told you in the past, don't make procrastination my emergency. So when you tell me that we've only got a month before school, we've known about this issue since the spring. But I will accept your friendly amendment.
Thank you.
May we have a statement of the motion as it reads with the friendly amendment, Mr. Grabowski?
I move that we accept all the $250,000 and above expenditures as listed.
Second it.
We'll call for the vote. If you'll remember to cast your vote and check its confirmation.
What is the June 21st date? That wasn't stated in the motion.
We have a cutoff on the list every month just so we can get it to Audit and Finance in time. And so this cutoff is as of June 21st.
And it's at the top of the form, that date.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Six yea, 3 nay, the motion passes. We are on to item D, the capital projects report. Thank you, Ms. Costello, for such thoroughness. Are there any questions from the report you read? Good report then, wasn't it? E, the ESSER update and dashboard. Any questions for Ms. Carlin on that report? Mr. Grabowski?
Yeah, I think once again, I would like to set up, as we discussed, a meeting with Mr. Calhoun and myself and probably some other board members. The dashboard just doesn't go far enough, and I know they can go further. It's still not providing us with the information that we're really looking for. And that's the ability to tie in the expenditures to the vendors and finding out exactly, how much. I know it can be done. It just doesn't go deep enough.
So maybe you could send her the questions you'd like
Yes, I think
included on
that's
the
what we'll do.
dashboard.
I
Does
have
that
a-
help, Ms. Carlin?
Yes, it does. Thank you, ma'am.
I have a question.
Well, Mr. Kelly? Ms. Waters?
Only, Ms. Carter, and this is really maybe not for the dashboard, but if there was a comparison of the expenditures to the outcomes of the programs, it might be really nice for folks to see what really happened with the ESSER money, and it might make conversations like the one we just had a little bit more clear.
Ms. Bailey? Ms. Watley?
Ms. Carlin, considering the motion we were just discussing passed, and those two items, had they been removed, would have been 4 million, maybe a little bit more, that we wanted to use towards the bonus we've been dangling in front of these teachers' faces. So is that reflected in your dashboard? And if not, any idea how we're going to get that 19 million to cover that 5,000 bonus?
So district staff have met about this a couple different times, and we're getting there. There's some really hard decisions that have to be made. When you think about school plans that have been submitted, as well as central office plans, for that particular money. And so we are getting close, but we are not there quite yet.
Mr. Calhoun? Ms. Roberson?
I think I'll just ditto what Mr. Grabowski said. very lacking. And I think I was looking for a little bit more detail. So I will send in the information that I'm looking for on the dashboard.
Thank you, Dr. Temple.
Well, I'm anxious for us to find the money to give the teachers the $5,000 bonus, and I'm thoroughly willing to work on the project to find the money for them.
Next item F, monthly financial update. Are there any questions for Ms. Carlin on that report? Hearing none. Thank you for that report, Ms. Carlin. We will move on to G with the arbitrage rebate report. Are there any questions for Ms. Carlin on that? Thank you, Ms. Carlin. Then we move on to item 9A. Is there a motion to approve an appointment of a policy liaison?
I so move that we vote to approve as recommended, as appointed, as Ed Kelly as policy liaison.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Is there discussion?
Question.
We'll start with Mr. Grabowski.
No, I think Mr. Kelly has proven over and over again that he is a master and very well versed in the policy. And I think the policy going in many directions needs to be looked at, mainly based upon a lot of the discussions we've had tonight.
Any comment, Mr. Kelly? Ms. Waters? Ms. Bailey? Ms. Watley?
I echo what Mr. Grabowski said. I think that Mr. Kelly's knowledge of policy and Robert's Rules of Order more than qualify him for that position. And I'm also not in favor of holding somebody down and continuing to whip them.
Mr. Calhoun?
No.
Ms. Roberson?
Yes. Getting an opinion is there was a board vote to remove Mr. Kelly from his position. Can he just be reappointed to that position? I would ask that the board, just for record, that I just received a letter from a parent at Lucy Beacon, who had concerns about Mr. Kelly's in that position. Her concern really is about his comments regarding the LGBT community. And we really need to, we can't pick and choose when we want to advocate for parents. So now here are parents that are concerned about comments that were made. And because the policy does not define a timeline, we are going to walk right back into the situation again.
Dr. Temple?
Yes, I know that Ms. Roberson has suggested several times in her emails about leadership on this board. And I believe that one of the things that we are not practicing on this board is shared leadership. We have one person who's holding two positions. We have several board members who have no positions. So I think that when you want to think about the team, the board working as a team, we really need to have shared leadership, and we don't have that. And I think we need to recognize that that is something that is working against us, working as a team on this board. That said, I don't know how the vote is going to go, but if we elect Mr. Kelly to be the policy liaison, then I think he also will have to accept the challenge of working collaboratively with this board to come up with policies, because we've had examples where policies were brought up without collaboration or thought, and we've ended up with a lot of angst. Our first few months have been very tense over issues that really don't relate that well to student outcomes. So if he is elected, I hope he will accept the responsibility of shared leadership, collaboration in his deliberations about policy.
Ms. McKay, I'd like to address that letter that Ms. Dunmeyer spoke about.
I'm not sure we can do that.
Well, I just want to say this, you said a concerned parent, but I got the same letter. It says a concerned parent, but there's no name and there's no forwarding address. So how do you know it's not somebody that has animosity against Mr. Kelly? Because clearly there's no name on this letter.
Do I respond? I think I have a right to respond since you said Ms. Dunmeyer.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yes,
Thank you.
and then we'll call for the vote.
Okay. I don't think that I need to know. The person that sent this just says you don't need to know when you speak and be the voice for parents that send you emails because they're afraid to come here. Parents get to send anonymous letters. So if you got it and I got it, this is the way that they choose to communicate.
And I also want to add that I received, I believe, at least 2 or 3 emails around the same issue, and those were identified by parents who had concerns about this issue.
All right, thank you. We'll call for the vote. Please cast and confirm your vote as always. And the motion passes. We have item 11A with upcoming meetings, Committee of the Whole on August the 14th and board meeting on August 28th. Is there a motion to adjourn the Board of Trustees meeting?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?